One, two, 1, 2. Test, 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 test. Two, two, 1, 1, 1. Two, two, two. 1, 1, 1. 1, 1. 1. 1, 1.
Before we get started, I need to ask the individuals that have filled out the request to speak on audience participation to come to the front for just a moment so we can discuss the rules. Dr. Cornell Peeweeworthy, Melinda McCool, Geneva Hadley, Bonita Patiaker, Ashley Lamont, and Greg Effinger. If you would please come forward to the dais, we'll discuss the rules.
Yeah.
Is Greg Effinger in the room? Greg Effinger? Okay, here's our challenge. The rules state that each person can speak for 3 minutes, and they also only 9 minutes on one subject. So I gather all of you want to speak on the cobalt refinery in one form or fashion. And the problem is we can only have 9 minutes on one item by rule. So my suggestion is that maybe you go out in the lobby and decide who's going to do the speaking. It'll be a few minutes before we get there because we have some awards to give and a proclamation. And so that's my suggestion on how to do it. Otherwise, somebody's not going to get to say what they want to say. Okay, but it still counts as one. Hold on just a minute. No, I can do a maximum of 9 minutes. It doesn't say 3 people. I thought it did, but it just says maximum of 9 minutes. 30 seconds. Yes, sir. Real short. Okay, this may work out.
I would prefer to speak with one of the resistance groups
Uh-huh.
to address my issue.
Okay.
I'm sure they have the same issues.
Okay, that's wonderful. And so how long do you think you ladies want to speak?
I mean, we're happy to accommodate to make sure that everybody has a chance to voice their concerns.
Okay, okay, we'll go at this and we'll do the short ones first, if that's okay. We'll do you guys first since you're short. And then, is that okay with you guys? And then we'll go to, and if I understand, you're going to speak for this lady, right? And we will, are you Mr. Effinger? Okay, I was just telling them the rules say only 9 minutes on one subject. So everybody appears to be talking about, in some form or fashion, West Wind or the cobalt refinery in some form or fashion. So we've got 2 here that are only going to speak for 30 seconds. And we're going to try to accommodate everybody. We can only have 9 minutes on one subject. So how long was your speech? Okay, so you were the last one to turn in a paper, and I can't let anybody go over 3 minutes, a total of 9 minutes, okay? And so we'll just go at it that direction.
And how do we get that rule changed about just 9 minutes per subject? I think it is too important a subject for 9 minutes.
Well, we've had, yeah. Yeah.
But
That would be a council member wanting to bring us something to change that policy.
And we know that the city.
It's not gonna change today. It has to be on the agenda.
Would there be an opportunity for the city council and the mayor to address the township meeting that you just said that would be happening today? Giving a time and date for that?
A time and date on what?
For a town hall
Ma'am,
regarding.
I have your agenda.
So
I have your agenda coming.
we've been working on, it's my understanding West Bend's have been working on a town hall. Now, I was originally in December told that, it was my understanding that the ODEQ would do a town hall. They have since said they will do small meetings, and I've asked for confirmation before I make that public, since I messed up the first one, but we're working on that. We've had 2 town halls. Now, okay, we're not here to debate. We're not here to debate. And we're gonna I've held, every time I've been requested of a meeting, I've set it up. I've answered every question that's been asked of me. Okay? And now we're late getting started for the meeting, so we're gonna get started. Thank you. At this time, I will call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Jesse Marshall, One in the Spirit Christian Church. Is Mr. Marshall here? All right. And remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
To Mayor Booker, to the councilmen and women and all have gathered here today, let us pray. Father, we just thank you. We praise you. We magnify your holy name. We thank you for your goodness and your grace that you have bestowed upon the city of Lawton. We thank you for all of the legislators that are here, that are doing things, Father God, to cause the city of Lawton to be a greater city. Now we continually ask your blessings upon this meeting. We ask, Father God, that you would give us ears to hear. You would give us the ability to understand, Father God, and that you would help us, Father, to complete and fulfill the meeting agenda on today. We praise you. We magnify you. We exalt your holy name. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen.
All right, thank you, Pastor Marshall. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Here.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.
And now we have a True North Award presentation by the city manager.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are ready to give out our February True North Award, and I would like to call Michelle Rosario to the front, please. I haven't even said anything yet, so you know she's doing a great job. Michelle's our events and activities coordinator in arts and humanity and has done an instrumental job in coordinating all of the Black History events for the city of Lawton during the month of February. The proclamation signing and the event that we had a couple weeks ago was a resounding success and received a lot of positive feedback across a lot of organizations in the city. You were also instrumental in getting the Dallas Black Ballet to come and perform at McMahon Auditorium at the end of the month, and we're super excited about that event as well. But I just want to Michelle's obviously doing some great things for the city, but one of the things that I always remember about Michelle is back this past summer during Freedom Festival, my family and I were out there and we are just kind of watching the different events, and then we get to the bouncy house section where there must have been like 500 kids jumping around. And Michelle, you can tell your mom, because there were these, I was looking at these two boys, I guess they were brothers, and they were literally punching each other and kicking each other, and you were patiently putting their little wristbands on them and trying to separate them. And I was just amazed at your ability to be patient and kind under those circumstances. So, Michelle, great job. We're really proud of you, and you're very deserving of this award. Thanks, Michelle. Okay, I'd like to call Sean Garibay up. Sean is with Arvest Bank, and Sean has a friend. Hi, friend. This is Connor. Connor Sassine. Oh, yeah, we've met. So Sean represents Arvest Bank and Connor as well. And earlier, it was last month, right? We did a free financial literacy clinic with City of Lawton employees as well. That was open to citizens as well. And so we know that you guys have a lot going on, but you made time to come down and provide, what I think is a pretty valuable service to our employees and our citizens. And in order to make and have a great community, it takes everyone's contributions. Certainly, our business partners are a big part of that. So thank you very much, and would you please give them a round of applause? And we've got a certificate for you.
All right, one more round of applause. And now a very special presentation to Miss Verna Howard. Miss Howard, please come to the front.
Yes, she's expecting.
All right, so a lot of great things happen in a community that largely go unnoticed. And one of the great things about me being mayor is I get to call attention to them. And Miss Verna Howard is one of the great things going on in our community. I got to get my spectacles on so I can read this. This is a special Mayor's Certificate of Recognition presented to Verna Howard. And this will tell the story. For her dedication to serve the students as the crossing guard at Pioneer Park Elementary School. This year will be her 34th year of service as a cross guard. She is very committed. Let's give her. She is very committed to Pioneer Park Elementary and does not like missing work because she wants to take care of her kids. She shows each of the students that she walks and has built relationships with them over the years. She never misses a day of work. The kids immediately ask where Miss Verna is. They love her so much. The job that she does is so important to ensure the safety of the students that walk to and from school. Miss Howard's position as a crossing guard is like a badge of honor to her. She always has a friendly smile, warm hug, and kind words for all that she encounters. We recognize Ms. Verna for her dedication and service to the elementary students within our community. On behalf of the City of Lawton, thank you for your commitment to Pioneer Park Elementary School and for rising to the highest levels of some kind of wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. There you go.
You know, when I first took the crossing guard, I was not sure or how I was going to do this. And this principal was saying, I do not have anybody to take care of your kids, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Parents said, well, we're going to sit right here until you get somebody to take care of the kids. Saying, we're not moving. And there was just a room full, and we just sit there, and she said, I wish I could help you. I said, okay. I will give you some help, but the principal said, you go down and you sign up for this job and you get paid for it, because I don't have anybody. And she said, the parents are really getting on me today. I said, okay. And so when I got started, I never did this before, and I said, okay, we're gonna make this work. It's gonna work. And I said, okay, I think the first thing I better start doing is waving to all of the cars and things that is going by me. So when I did that, they went to blowing at me, and they went to hucking at me, and some of them would say, oh, you know, it's kind of hot and it's cold, and they would bring me something cold, cold to drink when it was hot, something hot to drink when it was cold. So, okay, we're going to make this work. So after year, I said, I don't know. And I would keep saying, so I would sign up to come back again. So finally, I'm still here at 34 years. And my kids are my kids, and I want you to know that they're my kids, and when I give them back to you, the last day of school, they're yours to take care for the 2.5 months until I'm back at work again, okay? So we will consider that, and I will let it be. So the parents look around, and one of them, I never forget her, she said, you know, school should never close. It should never close. Because I said, I'm giving your kids back to you today. It should never close. So every year, I go back and I take care of my kids, and I make them safe and keep them safe, try to keep them from getting hurt. And I said, if I have to miss a day of a doctor appointment, I said, you take care of my kids, and I'll be in, tell them when I will be in, and don't let anything happen to my kids. And that's what I leave in the office. And I expect them to take care of them. Thank you. And I am really enjoying.
God bless you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
All right, now if Chief Smith would come forward. How many people know who Bill Tillman was? We got a few people to know. He's one of the guardsmen, and Hex Thomas was the other one, and there was one more, and I can't remember his name. Do you know it? Do you know the other guardsman?
The other guardsman?
Yeah, it was Heck Thomas.
Heck Thomas.
Uh-huh. Wasn't Chief Smith?
No, it wasn't.
So, Chief Smith, we're recognizing you today for exceptional dedication and contribution to the law enforcement profession. Chief Smith's tireless efforts in advancing the standards of honor and professionalism within the Lawton Police Department have earned him the esteemed Bill Tillman Public Service Award. By the way, the guardsmen were credited with taming Oklahoma, along with, there was one more, Bass Reeves.
I couldn't think of his name.
Additionally, I put you on the spot. Additionally, his induction into the Oklahoma Law Enforcement Hall of Fame is testament to his outstanding service and unwavering commitment to upholding the highest standards of compassion and fairness, reflecting the values cherished by the citizens of our great state, and more importantly, our Lawton Fort Sill citizens. On behalf of the city of Lawton, I extend our heartfelt congratulations and deepest appreciation to Chief James Smith for his remarkable service, outstanding achievements, dedication to the betterment of Lawton, for rising to the highest levels of some kind of wonderful. Let's give the chief some appreciation. We're going to have to start calling you Heck Thomas. You get to say something.
Well, thank you for this award, and I wouldn't have got it without the outstanding men and women of Lawton Police Department, and also the support of the citizens of Lawton Fort Sill community. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief. God bless you. Okay, we do have a few changes to the agenda that we will, some of these we'll do as we go along. Our Citizen of the month of February, we're striking that, and that'll be given at a later date. And the mayor staff presentation on even more in 24, we're having to delay because Rusty Wiesenhunt is sick. But I'm going to tell you, I watched him give a presentation on all the public works jobs that we have going on in the city in 24. There were over 40. I don't know how many. I knew of every one of them, but it blew me away when I saw them all rapid fire, one after another. Then we did it at a neighborhood watch meeting, and I just wanted to do it so that it would be filmed and be available for everybody to see, because it really makes you feel good about all the work that's going on in Lawton Fort Sill. And we'll have that on the next agenda, hopefully. And that brings us up to reports by the mayor and city council, and we'll start with Ward 1. Okay, Ward 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to announce that on March the 6th, from 6 to 8 p.m., we will have a Ward 2 meeting. It will be all the ward, not just the neighborhood, individual neighborhood watch committees, but the whole ward. We're going to talk about some of the issues in the ward and what we can do about it. We're going to address some of the important things that are going on in Roads and Bridges Committee and the streets that are going to get fixed in the neighborhood. And there may actually be an appearance by the mayor himself to say a few words. So that's March the 6th, 6 to 8 p.m. at the King Center over on 20th and, I'm trying to remember this, is that Kingsbury? Anyway, we'll post that online, and everyone's invited.
Good to see everyone here this afternoon. I want to give a report on Mayor Booker's 10 wins for the citizens of Lawton. It's been a really good success with the endeavors of the mayor and the city council. Everyone's worked hard on this project. The first initial start was 10 streets, and I'm sure everyone by now is aware of the 10 streets. We're down to 1.5 streets left. We should be finished next week. We still have striping to do and a few manholes to fix with new rings to make it look real nice and flat. So I'm sure everyone's enjoying these new surfaces to drive on. And if you haven't got one yet, just wait. You'll get some in your neighborhood. We have 30 more streets already approved, and we'll be starting them soon. So it's been a great success. It's given the citizens a lot of nice roads to start commuting back and forth to work, go to the grocery store and other things. So it's been a great success, and it's just the first phase is almost finished.
What are we going to call after we award the bid? Are we going to call it the 40 wins?
We can call it the 40 wins or more in 24.
All right, let's do both. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, if you haven't driven down 17th Street or 6th Street in Ward 5 between Gore and Ferris, those roads have been part of this deal in Ward 5. There's others that are there, but it's good to see those roads in Ward 5 getting some attention. The farmers market is open this evening from 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock. If you can make it out this evening, maybe pick you up some baked goods or even go out and mingle with some of your fellow Latonians. And just a quick update on the airport bridge was put in. From now on, if you're traveling out of the airport, you won't have to walk through the cold, because now they've got a climate-controlled bridge that's going to take you right to the airport door. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor. I've emailed the appropriate personnel about infrastructure on Lee and Sheridan Road up to Bishop Road. And the holdup at this time is just it has to go back for bid. I just wanted to say that because the Ward 7 citizens have been asking me about that particular road. Also, February the 22nd, next Thursday, I will be having a meeting with Ward 7 constituents. If you live on the east side of town and if you live behind the Douglas School, it will be at the Leslie Powell Gallery, and it will be from 5, that's address is 620 Southwest D Avenue, and it will be from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m., and refreshments will be served. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Warren. We're good. All right. That brings up audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. The Mayor and Council will receive comments from the audience members. Council may recommend to individual or group as to what action they should take, referring to situation of a particular department or person at the city offices. Each speaker will have 3-minute time limit. Each topic will have a 9-minute time limit, and audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes. Now, as you all heard, that we had several people sign up for the same thing, and we're going to deal with that. And these are the people speaking on West Bend, and the first two people said that only take about 30 seconds. So if Dr. Cornell Peewoody will come forward, and if Mr. Guy Narcomi, I hope I said that right, please come forward. And then if Melinda McCool, or were you referring to someone else? You're referring? Okay. And then Geneva Hadley will be next. Bonita Pattyacre, Ashley Lamont, and this'll, if we can just get everybody to kind of come front, it would be good. And then Greg, you'll be last. Dr. Peewoody.
Maraway. My name is Dr. Cornell Peewoody, 3031 Northeast Stratford Circle. Mayor Booker and City Council, I want to echo my recent decision, the recent decision of the Comanche Business Committee to officially oppose the West Wind Elements Cobalt Refinery, the Comanche Nation Resolution number 23-2024 passed on February 3rd, 2024. Thank you.
And Mr. Guy, help me say this right. Is it Narcomi?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Thank
good
you,
pronouncing.
sir.
Thank you. Maraweka, Nananya Tsa Guy Narcomi, Nana Ikakimara, Nana Namana Comanche, Nana Apache, Nana Semino, Nana Lawton Naiha Bahi, I'm from Lawton, Akitina Nana Iti Tawe, Ke Cobalt Refinery Hana Suwai. I don't want that refinery here. Tatureti I wunnakata, Nakia Mara ta wunnakata. It might make our kids sick, not just native kids, but any kids that live in that area, Cash, Lawton. Ke I mahani waita, it's a bad thing. So nana iti hatatwe, tumaku anasuakata. Really think about that. It's not just us people, it's everybody. That cobalt and that nickel, if you really investigate into it, it hurts people. Not just 10 years down the line, 20, but 50 years out, you start to see those results. So tumaku anasuakata, nana iti adatwe, urako. That's all I wanted to say, urako.
Thank you. And Geneva Hadley.
My name is Geneva Hadley. My address is 10929 Northeast Wolf. I just want to say that we see this missing and murdered Indigenous women going across the country. It's a huge movement, and it means a lot to our Native people. On top of drugs and alcohol and homelessness, domestic violence, and human our troubles. We are here to protect our people. We're here to protect this land. You guys sitting up here, you don't worry about things like that. Not like the Native people do. We worry about it because we worry about the next 7 generations. Because the last 7 generations worried about us. So now it's our turn. Please go back to this and research it. Ask for, let's work together on this. Let's not just think of money all the time. Let's think about what it's going to do to our people, do to our families, do to your homes, for all you that live in that area, if any of you do. It's going to affect you and your family. Thank you.
Okay, and Bonita Pattyacre.
Good afternoon. I'm Bonita Pattyacre, and I'm here to oppose the cobalt refinery because I live 4 miles west of the site where it's supposed to be built. I live on Red Oak Road, which is 4 miles west, and there's 14 tribal members, family also that live on Red Oak Road that will be affected. We already have Goodyear, we have Bar S, and we have the paper plant that we get flack from. You hear my daughter coughing, she has respiratory problems. She lives with us, and a lot of us have had issues, respiratory issues because of these plants, and now they're wanting to bring in something else that's going to affect our families. My husband is a farmer. He still does a little farming. He plants feed. It's going to be affected. Our cattle's going to be affected. A horse that we have will be affected. And not only that, the water, the 3 ponds that we have, Blue Beaver Creek will be affected. And not to say least, our Dio Mission Cemetery will be affected. It's 3 miles from the site. Thank you.
Thank you. And Miss Ashley Lamont.
Halakakwe, Huisi Onolako. My name is Ashley Lamont. I'm also speaking on behalf of Ms. McCool and many other people who are not allowed to speak because public comment is stifled here. I am a tribal member and a lifelong Oklahoman. I am the National Campaign Director for Honor the Earth, and I am a member of West Wind Resistance. I come before the City of Lawton today to express concern for the precedents you are setting by circumventing public input, deceiving the public regarding the safety of cobalt nickel refining, disregarding tribal consultation, and the free, prior, and informed consent of the Kiowa, Comanche, Apache, Caddo, Wichita, and Delaware people by driving forward the Westwind Elements Cobalt Refinery project, the very first of its kind in the United States, and thus a thoroughly unproven technology. It is my job to monitor and assist communities across the nation fighting extraction, which includes refineries just like this. I want to be very clear to each of you that the nation has its eyes on the city of Lawton. The precedents you are setting by collaborating with Westwind Elements, which is a startup company by a 20-something-year-old who has no technical or scientific expertise, is that of treating the land and the people here as disposable. My question to Mayor and the Council is, when will the City of Lawton, not Westwind Elements, but you, set a public input meeting for everyone who is just now learning about this project to say their piece? Additionally, if this is a public project, when will the City of Lawton provide details regarding contractors and investments? These good citizens have the right to know how their taxes are being spent, and if they do not consent to poisoning themselves with their tax-paying money and poisoning others, it is incumbent upon this body to follow the will of the public, the people you represent, rather than your personal will. I just want to say Niawe and Wopila for receiving and recording my public comments. For folks wishing to learn about the harms of cobalt nickel refining, we ask you to look up West Wind Resistance on social media and YouTube. We are a coalition of scientists, tribal law experts, concerned community members, and environmental health experts. We are stronger together. Thank you.
Mr. Greg Eppinger.
Thank you. This is my first ever public speech, so forgive me if I fumble a little bit. Greg Eppinger, 7919 Northwest Folkestone Way, Lawton, Oklahoma. I come here today to ask you a question about Lawton's future. Should we ruin our neighborhood's beautiful wildlife ecosystem, natural underground fresh water, and a historic building, Deo Mission Church? Not to mention our health, our children's health, our families, friends, and neighbors' health on a refinery that has only promised to be a pilot program in which we gave millions of dollars to. I'm sure I and many others do not want to be a test subject. I live 4.7 miles from there, well within the danger zone. I heard Booker mention DEQ and EPA. However, I question whether this is sincere, since anyone can use search engines to see their disastrous record. There are no third parties monitoring the air quality within at least 8 miles or so. That is not close enough time to warn us of a disaster. West Wind Elements has said there will be leaks. It was not a matter of if, it was a matter of when. Are we to rely upon a pilot program ran by a 20-something with no business experience, especially in cobalt? This is native-owned land that is being poisoned. No one asked us if cobalt test pilot could be built. You guys secretly, for several months, called it Blue Braveheart, did not tell anybody what this was about. Came out like in February, barely a month, if that, and then said that we're going to do this. All right, you guys gave us 6 months to not say anything about it anymore. Turn around, signed a contract in August, and then you changed the agreements, and then you did not listen to the citizens in those town halls. You did not say a word. You did not answer their questions. You gave questions to West Wind so they could pick what they wanted to read, or whoever you did to. That is unfair. You guys owe the citizens of Lawton an apology. I ask our fellow members, mayor, managers, and others responsible for this refinery to reverse course before it is too late. We can stop all funding and reverse this right now. People over greed. People over greed. This is only about greed. Greedy of the few and the rich and the powerful. The common people, they don't have any say about this. You guys made it sure that we didn't have any say about this. You guys did this regardless of what everyone else thought. We're not test subjects. We deserve our rights and our dignity. The natives deserve to have input. I would like for you to raise your hand if you did not profit or invest in West Wind Elements. I would like each councilman to do that.
Nobody, that would be illegal, but your time is up. Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that wants to come and speak on something besides West Wind, because that time is up? Would you like to speak on something besides West Wind and cobalt? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. J.R. Warren, 2418 Northwest 80th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma. I'd like to ask the City Council to take a look at the Dotson folks that are putting in the new fiber optics. They've put a hole in our road on Terrace Hills, 6 inches wide, roughly, 30 inches long, and 5.5 inches deep. I kind of did a quick measurement this morning. They didn't do a proper job of filling that in. You go through it now, you're liable to knock the front end out of your alignment. So I hold them responsible, not the city council. They're the ones that broke the road to get their fiber optics underneath it, and they failed to repair it properly. Thank you.
Okay, and you can get with the city manager and he'll direct you to the individual that can address your issues. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on anything other than West Wind? Please come forward.
My name is Sean Parchman. I'm not from Lawton, Oklahoma. I'm a licensed public adjuster for the state of Oklahoma, and I came here today because I heard that you're having some difficulties getting your roofs covered by insurance at the mall and City Hall. So I was just coming by to... Can you hear me better now? Sorry, I'm nervous. I don't do this much. So I'm a licensed public adjuster for the state of Oklahoma, and I've heard that they're having a little bit of trouble getting money released from the insurance company at the mall and possibly here as well to get the roof replaced. And so I'd just like to offer my services to help get that covered. Perfect. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate you.
West Wind, if you'd like to come forward.
I'm Melinda McCool. I am blind deaf. I live at 1425 Southwest Jefferson in Goodwood Village East. And I called yesterday. I've been trying to trying to get an enlarged print of my lease, and I've been denied that. In my housing community, we are having a hard time. They come in our apartments when they want. I'm blind deaf. I need a guide dog. My neighbor 2 apartments over has a 100-pound plus pit bull that she cannot pay the medical cost for, and she's allowed to have that dog there. But I got a 14-pound emotional support cat that is legal through psychiatrists and doctors, and I can't have a guide dog. What is wrong with this? I'm blind deaf. I cannot hear a doorbell. I'm laying in my bed in a t-shirt and panties, and the maintenance man lets a exterminator come in my apartment? This is wrong. They put notices on our doors for inspections and stuff. I'm blind deaf. I check my mail every other day, but I don't know when a note is put on my door. There is issues here in subsidized housing. I called yesterday and asked if they were considered city employees, if they were federal employees, if they were government employees, and I was told it was none of my business. I'm sorry, it is my business, because as somebody who has faced a lot of pain and been involved in pain management and been on opiates for 10 plus years, I weaned myself off of that when Oklahoma made medical marijuana available. I can't use that medicine in my home because it's federally subsidized. So I suffer every day. And it's been proven in the Middle East, where they do the most research on retinitis pigmentosa, the eye disease, genetic eye disease, that me and my sister have been diagnosed with. What changed our genetics? We live right next to Cache Creek, the runoff from Fort Sill, the mercury. I have health issues that has never been in my family. This is dangerous. This has got to stop. You know, we have so many people in this town that don't even have access to internet, to TV, to media. And I am one of those people. I shut off my cable vision 5 years ago because I couldn't afford $150 a month on a fixed income when you make $700 and something on disability SSI. I've gone to DRS. I've asked for help for retraining to go to get a job so I could support myself. I've worked in construction, I've worked in bartending, I've worked in laboratories. But once you can't see and hear, you're isolated from this community. I walked 2 hours here on crack broken sidewalks to attend this meeting. We need help in these communities. I watch neighbors suffer. I have to cross a 4-lane street every day to go to the grocery store or do anything in this town. I fell in April, had to have orthopedic surgery. My arm is deformed now. I've got 3 plates and 30 screws.
Okay.
Please help our communities and stop bringing poison to us.
Thank you for
Thank you.
coming, ma'am.
And I would like to know who my ward person is.
Miss Williams.
Huh?
Miss Williams, right down here.
Miss Williams?
Miss Williams, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward during this time of audience participation? Seeing none, we'll close audience participation and move forward with the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. What item were you wanting to remove? 7?
7.
Okay, we're removing 7. Are there other items on the consent agenda? 1? Okay, we'll pull item number 1. Are there other items, council?
Mayor, are we pulling 7 or striking 7? I think you said removed. Striking.
You're striking it? Okay, we're pulling 1 and 7. Anybody want to pull anything else? Need a motion.
That being said, I'd like to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of item number 1. Are we pulling or striking 7?
Pulling.
Okay, pulling 1 and 7.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Did I hear a second? Yes. Please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item number 1, consider the following damage claims recommended for denial. Jennifer Fazzolino in the amount of $75 and Freddie L. Ivory in the amount of $928.55. Which one of those in particular did you want to discuss?
The one that's $75.
Okay, and do you want a presentation on it, or did you just want to say something?
I'm for one of them, one I'm not for. So I was,
Okay, why don't we get staff presentation on Jennifer Fazzolino claim? Garrett.
All right, good afternoon. Garrett Lamb, Assistant City Attorney. Ms. Fazzolino is the property owner located at 3809 Southeast Elmhurst Lane. Ms. Fazzolino stated on December 24, 2023, the toilets and bathrooms in her home were clogged and hardly draining, that she called a private plumber. At that time, the plumber was unable to clear the service line, and that was unsuccessful. Ms. Fazzolino then called City of Lawton Wastewater Collections Division. To inform them that the sewer was backing up, they came out, unclogged the city's main. The claimant has submitted an invoice for B&E Plumbing dated December 26, 2023 in the amount of $75. This claim has been recommended for denial because our records show no prior main history on that actual pipe segment or any pipe segment below, the first, second, or third pipe segments below. We had no prior notice on this, and that's the reason that we've recommended this claim for denial.
Council, I would move to deny Jennifer Fazolino's claim.
Do we have a second? Second. We do have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. And the motion for denial passes 8-0, bringing up the Freddie Ivory claim. Do you need a presentation on that, or do you have a motion?
I make a motion to deny.
Have a motion for denial and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Did we already vote and I missed it? Okay, it's 8-0. That was fast. Okay, and that brings up item number 7. Consider awarding a professional services contract to CEC Corporation for the purpose of providing full engineering services for the city of Lawton and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract. Joe.
Mayor and council, this is one of our on-call contracts we've had for years. We have them with a couple of consultants where we fill in staff periodically on needs we have, inspectors. CEC, we've been using their right-of-way agent to help us quite a bit. It was recommended by ODOT that we utilize them for some of our right-of-way relocation on some of our projects. This is just updating their contracts, continuation of what we've had for quite a few years now.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
Joe, I was told that this was primarily for utility contracting. Since we already have a contract with EST to do the same thing, why is it necessary we have another company to do the exact same thing?
Well, we have a contract with both EST and CEC, and they're both identical. It's not just utility relocation. It's everything both companies do. Sometimes we use EST, sometimes we use CEC, depending on their workload and what staff's available. It was just recommended by ODOT that we utilize this particular person from CEC.
Well, I don't believe ODOT runs the city council. Don't you think this was something should have been brought up with the selection committee and discussed that maybe we needed another engineering firm to do this type of work since we already have one?
We've already been utilizing them. It's just a continuation of what we have. It's nothing new, but we can bring it back to the engineering council if you'd like to.
Well, I'd like to make a motion at this time that we do not hire CEC to do any consulting work since we already have a consultant doing the same exact thing under contract. I don't see how it helps us.
Okay, your motion is...
So I'll make a motion to deny.
Motion to deny, is there a second? Did I hear a second? Do you hear a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
What are we voting?
Voting to deny or reject, whatever. Okay, the motion to deny passes 5 with 1 abstention and 2 against.
I think we need a
Mayor?
rationale for the extended abstention.
We have to say why we're abstaining. Who abstained?
Mayor, if I can call rolls so that I can put on record who voted yes, no, and who abstained.
Oh, okay.
Hampton? Yes. Uyghur? Yes. Williams? Yes. Warren? Yes. Hankins? No. Harris?
No.
Chapman?
No.
Gill?
Yes.
Okay, well, okay, so that was 5 yes and 3 no. Okay. Motion to deny passes 5-3. Okay, and that brings up, we've got another little change here. We're going to jump to item 30, which is old business. The agenda had unfinished business or old business later. We have a speaker here that needs to get on the road to another meeting. Hope you can make it. Number 30, consider adopting resolutions declaring the structures located at 1303 Northwest Laird and 1762 Southwest 13th to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Which address are you wanting?
I have the legal description. My law firm just got subbed in to this case, so I have the legal description, not the actual address.
Okay, John, can you figure out which address we're doing first?
Apologize for the lack of decorum. I usually have a coat and tie, but spilled Viridian coffee while destroying one of those green chili chicken burritos. If you haven't had one, recommend it. 1303 Laird.
Okay, so we're dealing with 1303 Northwest Laird Avenue first. What do you have to tell us?
My name is Matthew Eads. I represent the bank in this instance. I work for the mortgage law firm. We just subbed into this case. This is actually going up for sheriff's sale on February 21st. So the home would ideally sell at that time and then be transferred likely to a third party who would then turn it into affordable housing, which I think we can all agree affordable housing is pretty in need across our this town, this state, this country. So I would say it'd be a huge waste to allow a structure to be destroyed when it can be a useful thing for your city. I'm not from here, so I don't necessarily have a dog in that fight, but I do believe in avoiding waste when you can, and considering the timeline of having the sale on the 21st of February, and then the confirmation sale after that should be within the next 25 to 30 days after that, and that person would then take ownership or take charge of that property and be able to turn it into something useful for your city. I would ask you to please delay the destruction of that property until at least that process can work itself out.
What word is this in?
It's fine.
You want to address that?
Yes, George, you turn your mic off. So we addressed this a couple months ago, and another lawyer came and told us same thing. Oh yeah, we're trying to find the owner. We're working on. In the meantime, Josh, how many times have we been out there? And I'm sure the police department has been there several times. I know I personally had to call the fire department out there once because there was a fire in the backyard. This is, I agree with you. It's a nice structure.
Yeah.
But it's not being taken care of, and it's being broken into virtually every night by homeless people. So it's being destroyed by other people, not us. And it's time to get something moving on this.
Completely agree with that.
I understand your position, and I respect that, but this is a major, major problem to us. It's even when we board up the house, they go climb into the cellar, they dig out under the house, they pry the boards off the window, they've started fires inside, they've stripped out every piece of wire, they've jumped into the electrical system, the PSO system, so that they could have power inside. I'm tired of messing with it, so I'm sorry your company is in a precarious position, but now that being said, even though we put it on the D&D, you still have 30 business days, so that will go past the time of the sale, and hopefully past the time of, what would you call the second sale?
It's the confirmation and hearing. That's technically when the new owner takes charge of the property.
And is that from the bank, or is that from?
Yeah, they basically the way it works is the bank hands the property over to the sheriff sells it, and then the confirmation hearing is before one of the various judges that will confirm that the sale was properly done according to statute, and then the property is then deeded over to whomever purchased the property.
So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the resolution declaring the structure on the property to be a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution. This will give you time to still send somebody down to secure it better than we've had to do, and it will be time for the sheriff's sale as well to take place.
I believe we did do that. I called, I want to say, when I found out about the hearing, and requested permission to send our property preservation group over with a structure called DAWGS, D-A-W-G-S, so not an actual canine that bites things, but a metal structure to go over the windows and the doors, and the fire marshal approved that. So I'm waiting on them, on my client, truthfully, to effectuate that so that it is locked up until the transfer of ownership can be done.
Josh, could we hear from you on this? Do you have anything to add?
No, not really. So I went by there today, and it's actually still, secured at this time. But I know the moment that I pulled up, there was actually somebody in the backyard that ran off. There's still a lot of homeless around there. I've seen in the back of the house a bunch of defecation back there as well.
Is the cellar secured yet?
The cellar was not secured.
Yeah, so, okay.
And I think that's where that guy was coming from, around that area.
So, Mr. Mayor, I make that motion to declare it dilapidated. Make it properly. Is that up there? Yes.
I second it.
Pardon me?
Oh,
Hold on just a minute. We're trying to make a motion here.
Mayor, he's already made the motion properly.
Pardon me?
He made the motion properly.
Okay. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Discussion or debate?
I just wanted to make it clear that this is really a simple fix. We're going to put it on the D&D. The sheriff's sales happens. Whoever buys it, because your client or the person that they may not end up with it. Whoever, somebody's going to end up with it. That person can come and get a permit. They have another 30 days then to actually start working, and as long as they work, we're going to be happy with them. Okay. So everything will be okay if everybody does what they're supposed to do. It just won't ever have to come back to us again.
Okay. But the prior law firm called me and said,
in all fairness, if a permit's not pulled within 30 days and the owner doesn't do what they're supposed to do, the resolution does authorize demolition of the structure. So just so everyone is clear on that as part of this.
we'll make sure we put that particular requirement in any paperwork we provide to whomever buys it. So thank you. The prior law firm told me that the bulldozers were at the ready, so that's why. Thank you for the clarification on that. No, not that I'm aware of. Again, we just filed paperwork to sub in, so.
Okay. Further discussion or debate among the council? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item number, or the address 1762 Southwest 13th Street. Yeah, Tim.
So, Mayor and Council, for 1762 Northwest, I believe it's 13th Street, this property went to council back in December 5th. Presentation was put on by the Neighborhood Services, and we had a public hearing. Public hearing was closed, my understanding, and it was tabled until today's council meeting. A check of records by our real property administrator shows that the property has transferred to a new owner since it last council meeting. And I don't know if that's the gentleman that's here today. Are you the new owner, sir?
Yes, my name is Payazid Manowski. I bought the property in 1762.
Okay. He's here today. My recommendation to council, obviously he found out about the hearing or learned about it, but there was not notice personally sent to him. So my recommendation would be that we don't take action on this at this time and we re-notify, sir, and that'd be the council's decision if they want to take action or not. But since you weren't officially notified, I would recommend that we don't, and recommend though that you work with Neighborhood Services though to work.
Yes, I will repair the property and live in it.
Okay, this was Ward 7, I think. Ms. Williams, what do you want to do?
I'm going along with what the acting city attorney stated.
Okay, so
reinitiate the process.
Okay, would you make a motion to reinitiate the process?
A motion that we reinitiate the process.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. I need one more vote. Okay, there we go. A 7-1. 7-1.
Mayor, I'll need to call roll to,
Okay.
Hampton?
Yes.
Uyghur? Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 7-1 to reinitiate the process. And that takes care of all of those, and it moves us on to item number 31. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to animals, amending section 51121, article 51, chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, by retitling the section, specifying terms of relinquishment, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Roy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. We're here to continue the discussion about the managed intake for the animal shelter. I went back and looked at the relinquishment fees, dead animal pickup fees, and our Chapter 5, Article 1, Section 121, and looked at that and compared it with our peer cities and compared our fees with the peer cities, and we were under a lot of their fees when it came to the owner relinquishment. This was for a live animal. What we have done is raised the owner relinquishment fee for a animal that's within the city to, sorry, I got too many papers here, to from $11.50 with a $5.75 admin fee, to $20 for a single animal and $40 for a litter. These would include a $5.75 admin fee, and owner relinquishment of a non-resident, because we do have many that come from outside the city, from $17.25 to $40 for a single animal and $80 for a litter. This would help deter, we hope, that the animals would be found other homes rather than surrendering them to us. Any questions?
So you said this, you got this information by comparing it to our peer cities?
Yes.
Was this equal to the highest, equal to an average? How did you come up with the numbers? Because I don't see what the peer cities charge.
The Midwest City charges $110 for a resident. None of the peer cities take animals from outside of their jurisdictions. They have other municipalities bordering them, whereas Lawton in Comanche County, and all the shelters are full, Cache, Elgin, everybody's full, so they contact us or they just show up to surrender their animals. And so, I mean, it's kind of midway as far as the fee. It was comparable to
Okay, what was
Norman.
Enid doesn't have municipalities around it. What was it?
$20.
So you're kind of midway in there. $20, you're equal with them. Are you at the low point?
Mayor, can I add something here? Roy and I have talked pretty extensively about this, and one of the issues that we're having here that won't show up with the Pier 6 analysis is the fact that we're taking in a lot of animals from the county. So Roy's, I think and correct me if I'm wrong, Roy, but I think his statistics were that last year we took anywhere, we spent approximately $40,000 to $50,000 on county animals, none of which we were getting reimbursed for. I've talked to one of the county commissioners. They're not in a position to financially support the animal shelter. So this raising of cost is to help offset that. Otherwise, we can't continue to take these animals. So I think that was an important part of it that Roy didn't necessarily bring up, but it's an important part of this discussion.
So I guess I don't have a problem with that outside fee. I might have a problem with even taking them if it's causing us a problem in the city.
Exactly.
And does Enid, which has no other cities around it, do they take animals from outside the city?
No.
Wonder how Grant County, that's not Grant County, wonder how that county manages with Enid not taking their animals.
Roy, did any of the Pier 6 take animals outside the city limits besides us?
None. None of the peer cities take animals from outside of their jurisdictions.
Okay, my question, we're the city of Lawton. My question is, if taking animals from outside the city is causing us a problem, why do we do it?
Because they're everywhere, and we get calls about them, and we have dangerous animal attacks. I mean, they're happening every week. There's a lot of stray animals. So my position, based on the number of calls that we receive and that Roy dispatches crews for, is that to turn a blind eye, if you will, and not take animals that we know are outside the city limits, it's not addressing the issue, because we have a lot of strays in and around the community.
Are you saying the strays from outside the city end up in the city? Because I can tell you the people that live out in the county think people from the city take animals out there and dump them.
Currently, if somebody calls from outside our jurisdiction, we will try to divert them to their local animal shelter or their sheriff's department. A lot of times that doesn't work, and I know there's been times where an individual has called, and then for whatever reason somebody else shows up with the animal. We know it was from outside the city, but they tell us that they found it in the city, so we take it.
I personally believe this needs a little more studying. The fact that none of our peers do it tells us something. The fact that Enid, who has no cities around it, doesn't take them tells us that it is possible to live without us taking them. And I think we're taking on the financial obligation of the county by doing what we're doing. That's my opinion. You guys can talk about it.
Mayor, I think just from doing this, and it's just my opinion, I think, but just from doing this for as long as I have, and it's been a problem kind of like prairie dogs, it just reoccurs all the time because we never do come up with a real solution. I think there is cases where it depends on the owner. If you've got an owner in the county that can't find a home for their dog, there's a lot of those people are going to bring them to us in the city. If we don't take them physically, they're going to dump them here because they think it has a better chance of finding a home. Now, there is owners that are going to take them out in the country and dump them because they just don't care about them anymore, and there's nothing that any of us can do about those people because that's just kind of people they are. But the people that really love their animals and care about their animals, if they cannot provide a home for them, if they can't bring them to us and drop them off, then they're going to drop them off in the city. But I agree with you. This is the beginning or just the surface of a problem that we're going to see more and more and more and more all the time, is that when you have a city as big as Lawton in a county as small as Comanche County, all of the problems of the county become the problem of the city in some way, shape, or form. When it's not that we want it to, but it just happens that way.
Well, Councilman Warren, if I may, I believe this ordinance, it does address the issue, because what we've done is now when somebody comes in and say, hey, I found this animal within the city limits, we're going to require them to produce a state-issued ID card that has an address on it, or a utility bill proving that they are a citizen of Lawton. And if they're not, they pay this increased rate. And I think that that is a very fair way to administer this program, and I would encourage council to consider this ordinance, because the status quo is just not a viable option.
And I don't have a problem with the ordinance, I don't think. And I see that we are going to address the issue of citizens bringing them in and making sure that that's what's happening. But it doesn't address the person from Indiahoma or wherever that comes in, tries to surrender it, doesn't want to surrender it for the money. And so then they just go 2 blocks away and drop the dog off. And then we end up having the dog anyway. So that's a whole nother animal that we have to attack somehow at some point.
But that's beyond our jurisdictional limits to affect.
We just need to figure out a way to make that, and the way to do that is for the county to pay their fair share. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen in this instance or any other instance.
Mr. Mayor? Yes. So I have 2 questions, Roy. So is this fee, somebody asked if it's enough, does this cover the cost of us having to handle that animal, or is it too low?
For the animal to go through the adoption process and be there the longest time, typically that would not cover the cost, but it sufficiently covers the cost for an animal that gets adopted in a short amount of time, or if it's not adoptable. Coming from the county, a lot of times the animals aren't as well behaved, and a lot of the county animals have to be euthanized, so it would cover the cost of those.
Councilman Harris, but there was some statistical analysis here. So Roy, you did figure out how many cats, how many dogs that we took in last year, average length of stay, the cost for immunization, and different vaccinations, and that was part of your recommendation to raise the fee, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I thought, just a couple of weeks ago, I thought we had said go ahead and raise the fees. But, so is this going to, how's this going to help, what's this going to do for your budget? Or does all that money just go into the
having a managed intake? I mean, bringing the animals in whenever we can actually take them in and have room for them is going to help the budget considerably. And then the fees that we're charging is that they'll offset each other over time.
Okay. And you've kind of balanced, or got a balance for, okay, if we charge this much, it's what Councilman Warren said, they're just going to go down the street and toss them. But at this rate, a responsible person would say, okay, I'll pay that.
Some do, some don't.
Okay.
I think the other key factor here is that we need to consider is that at the current rate of $20,
Nothing's covered.
That's not a sufficient deterrent for owner relinquishment. By raising the fee in addition to covering the cost, the thought process is that a higher fee, it won't be a total deterrent, but will be more than the $20 that we currently ask for.
And, okay, so I understand that, but along Councilman Warren's line is, if they want to get rid of their dog, they want to get rid of their dog or cat.
Yes, but at least this way we have some mechanism for increased cost. It's not to say that somebody won't, blow that off and drive 2 blocks and let their animal. I mean, there's so many different hypotheticals and scenarios that you could throw at us, but this is a mechanism that we can use to charge more, to cover our costs. Council has given us this direction. We put a significant amount of analysis and resources into coming up with a solution, and we feel like this is a, not a perfect outcome, but it's a pretty good one. So I would just, that's all I have to say.
And I'm for it. I don't disagree. I'm just making sure that it's kind of covering our cost, or trying to get closer to that, even if it needs to be a little bit more. But I think, I understand both sides of it, and I think it's kind of like Councilman Warren said, we're going to be seeing more and more of this. So, Roy, I think you're doing a great job, and I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to see the mechanism of how you come to figure out those numbers. So if you're comfortable with them, then I am.
Roy, let me ask you a question. How many animals do we take in from outside the city limits
On the average, about 200 to 225 a year.
a year? Okay. So now, how many animals do you think you're going to have to turn away from inside the city limits because we're full? Because those people can go down the road and dump the dogs out 2 blocks too. So how many do you think you're going to have to turn away over a year because you're full?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say.
And so my point is, when we take animals from outside the city and overload our capacity, we can't serve our citizens. That's my point. Any other comments or motions?
If I may.
Yes,
I've got one question. Roy, what's the cost on euthanizing these animals and treating them medically if they need to be treated? Are we spending more than that $20, you think, in the budget to deal with these extra animals?
No, typically when one comes from the county, it's an owner surrender, and once they sign the paperwork, legally the animal becomes a property of the city. We generally wait 24 hours on an owner surrendered animal before we do anything with it. So you're talking 1 day of boarding and staff taking care of them, and then for the euthanasia fee, you're looking at about $11. I forget exactly the cents, but about $11.
Okay, thank you.
So I had one more question, Mr. Mayor. Those fees are not mentioned in this ordinance.
They're the resolution in the next agenda item.
Thank you very much.
I move to approve. We can't, as they say, we can't legislate morality and we can't legislate responsibility, either one.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
And an ordinance.
Oh, read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to animals, amending sections 51121, Article 51, Chapter 5, Lawton City Code 2015, by retitling the section, specifying terms of relinquishment, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Need one more. Motion carries 7-1. Bringing up item 32. Consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Chapter A5, Article A51, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, by increasing fees for resident and non-resident release of animals to the animal shelter and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the resolution. Do you need to go back and
Yes,
get
sir.
a roll call?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we're going back to item 31 for a roll call. Clerk?
Uyghur? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Yes. Harris? Yes. Chapman? Gill?
No.
Hampton?
Okay, and we're still at 7-1. Okay, I'm going to read 32 again. Consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Chapter A5, Article A51, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, by increasing fees for resident and non-resident release of animals to the animal shelter and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the resolution. This is the fees we just discussed. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. One more. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 33, receive a report from staff regarding neighborhood watch programs and take action as deemed necessary. Matt Dimmitt. Officer Matt Dimmitt.
All right, so I'm here to discuss to y'all about our Neighborhood Watch program. Go ahead, next slide, please. So what is the Neighborhood Watch program? A Neighborhood Watch is one of the most effective and least costly ways to help prevent crimes in our neighborhood. Next slide. The definition of it is, it's a group of citizens organized, devoted to crime and vandalism prevention within our neighborhood. It is not a vigilante organization, since the members expected to not directly intervene with the possible criminals. Instead, the Neighborhood Watch members are to stay alert, and they're supposed to report those crimes to our authorities. So with that, we have multiple neighborhood watches in this city. We have multiple neighborhood watches that have gone away over time due to people passing away or inactivity. But the overall structure of it has been very, very good for our city and has gotten a lot of good results. Go with the next slide, please. This is a great way for it to bring neighbors together. It helps neighbors feel safer, and it allows us the opportunity as police officers to get a better idea of what's going on in our neighborhoods. A lot of times we aren't in our neighborhoods 24/7, so we need those citizens to come back to us and tell us what's going on in their neighborhoods. And the only way for us to do that effectively is through our Neighborhood Watch programs. One of the greatest things that I've seen is where we've had neighborhoods that had high crime rates, and because of their ability to watch 24/7, they were able to send me tips, send me information, and I was able to get those things back to detectives and back to special operations, and we were actually able to bust a lot of drug houses and take a lot of drug dealers down due to the tips that we were getting. So we've also busted a lot of copper thieves and home burglary thieves and things like that. So it has been very effective. But with that being said, we need citizens to be involved, and that's very difficult. COVID kind of threw a wrench in a lot of that, and it's getting people back out into the public again. So I contacted a bunch of our peer cities and talked to them about their Neighborhood Watch programs. And Enid was very proactive in theirs, but they only meet once a month, and they bring everybody together. So they bring all the watch commanders together. They tell their watch commanders, and then their watch commanders are supposed to go back and relay it to their citizens. Has anybody ever played the phone game knows that's not a good technique sometimes, because what I tell you, you relay it back, it changes. So I could see some faults in that. Broken Arrow, they actually have a 6-man team on theirs, and they actually go out, and again, they are involved, but they're not involved as much as the Lawton Police Department is. We do it every month, on the month. We are at every meeting. They only go upon request. And Broken Arrow said there's some that they haven't been to in over a year. They haven't met the people in that neighborhood in over a year. When I contacted Norman, they said the same thing. There was some that they had been over a year since they've contacted anybody in that neighborhood. So again, some things have changed, laws have changed, information has changed, and their constituents aren't getting it. So luckily for Lawton, we are able to get that out immediately when things change. So we're able to talk to the people in our neighborhoods and get that information out. And most of the time, our council folks are there at that meeting also, so they get to answer those questions firsthand too. So it really has been a very good program that we have going here. The biggest issue we have is the manpower side. I'm one person, so I can't get to everybody at one time. But the other side of it is us getting the information out to get citizens out of their homes and to the meetings. And so I think if we could get some type of program to get it out to the citizens and get more activity from the citizens, it would do us a lot of good. If you can go to the last slide that has the list of the next one. So up on the screen right now, we have a list of all the neighborhood watches that were or are active since I've been on for the last 7 years doing this. And so if you see, a lot of those have gone inactive. And so if we could get even half of the inactive ones back active again, that would do a lot of good for our community as a whole. So I would ask for y'all's help with your constituents, and also helping me to put it out to get people to start opening their doors back up and allowing us to start putting on some more neighborhood watches.
It sounds like it's all good.
It
The
really
problem
is.
is participation.
Absolutely, sir.
And so how do we augment participation seems to be the question. So I'm going to throw something out here to get discussion started.
Yes, sir.
Because what I would like to see on these active ones, we'll just use Mason Village. I've been to that a few times. There's a few people that come to it, but it's not a good representation of the community. What if once a year we paid for a mailing, a postcard, that advertised it's coming, and some of those signs you put around, I don't know how many, but you see them like whenever the Philharmonic, there's a sign out, right?
Yes, sir.
And they pick it up, the captain would have to do that. Would that, what's your feel for, would that augment participation?
I can't see where it would hurt it. I think anything to let people know that, like MacArthur Park have signs that they put out at the beginning of their neighborhood the day of their meetings, and it lets people know. They're like the real estate signs, the metal signs. They put those out, and it lets everybody in the neighborhood know that there's a meeting coming up that night. I think also if we could get it where it would show up maybe on our Facebook or on our city page, that would show like a list and where people could see for their areas and the nights their meetings are. And that might also help people to understand there's meetings going on in their neighborhood.
Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Chapman.
I have the Meadowbrook Hines area, and we do put up signs a couple days ahead of time. I think what has made this one successful is that I don't do it. It's the citizens that live in the area. They are in charge of everything. I just implemented a phone call where to call to get you all involved. And I think they have taken ownership of this rather than it coming from me. Now, I may say something every time I'm there, but basically, we also try to have different speakers from the city so our neighbors can identify a name with a face and what they've said. And I know too, Mayor, the last one that you were at with Rusty giving that program, I had so many of them saying, oh my gosh, I did not realize all what the city is doing. So they get educated that way too. We also have the signs, the stickers that we put on the door. If someone needs help, they know that they can come to a safe house for help. We don't meet every month, we meet every other month. And we do have a $20 family charge for a year, and that helped buy those metal signs for that we're a neighborhood watch in the area too. So I commend the people who want to do this. I wish I could get some more in my ward, but people have got to be interested in this and want to take this on, and it's a big job. It is a big job.
Finding the captain is the tough job, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Other comments?
When I had neighborhood watches in my ward, I really enjoyed them, and they seemed to be a very uniting experience. I think it works both ways. I think if you have a community that is a little bit united that can come together for a meeting, that helps. But also having that meeting, and I know from the past, I used to attend some in the old days with Mission Village, and I think probably at one time Mission Village probably had the best neighborhood watch in the city. It was the best attended. It was, they put on a show now. I mean, there was food and, it was a big deal. But I think it brought the whole community together. People, I think in the whole community looked forward to that meeting. And they were very active. They actually had patrols where they went out and made sure that there wasn't anybody out pulling handles on cars and stuff. And if there was, they called it in, and just very proactive, and it created a community like we used to have in the old days. I would be more than happy. I think, as has just been stated, I think it's better when the council member isn't driving the boat because we change. Every 3 years or every 6 years or whatever, we change. There needs to be a cohesive entity, or longer. But there needs to be a cohesive unit there in that neighborhood that can coexist without involvement from the city if they had to. And that's the way Mission Village and I think Crystal Hills at one time when it was active was that way too. So if there's anybody in Ward 8 that's interested, I'd be more than happy to help facilitate getting it started. I think it's very helpful for neighborhoods in not only the crime side of it, but in just bringing a community together so you know your neighbors and know what's going on.
I'm just trying to figure out how you're going to get these started if the council person is not active in getting this started. Ms. Williams.
The Rancho Oak Association is similar to Councilwoman Chapman was saying. We do have a yearly association fee, and they meet. In fact, they will meet this evening at 6 o'clock. You usually go over there?
I will be there.
Okay, 6 o'clock. They're very organized, and they're very active, and they really care about their neighborhood. In fact, when I was campaigning, it was just some things that they were telling me that they would like to get accomplished there in the neighborhood. And it is better when the citizens there are really involved. And I've been talking to Mrs. Addie Smith. She's in a Lawton View area, and we've been talking about getting that neighborhood watch back active like it used to be. And like what has happened, some of those older people have died out or whatever, so it's a matter of getting the younger people involved. But I'm gonna tell you one of the things that really make them come to the meetings is food. It's food, refreshments. Thank you.
Mayor. Now that we know Ranch Oaks has food, we'll all be there at the next meeting. Mr. Wigger, you don't have any neighborhood watches in your ward, is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
Do you have any thoughts on this?
One of the concerns that I've spoken with the constituent about is just the cost. That seemed to, I guess at one time, Ward 6 did have a neighborhood watch, but the cost became a problem or a factor to where the activity kind of dwindled off. I'd like to see something like that begin again. I know as far as our neighbors, particularly in the neighborhood where I'm located, they are neighbors very much look after each other. And we'll have even on the, what's that app called? Neighborhood? And they'll post video of make sure your cars are locked, caught this guy in my car, this type of thing. So the communication is there, it's just not as well organized.
Mayor, I would just add that we can make community centers available for neighborhood watch meetings if that's desired or preferred. And the other thing that I would like to add is that Officer Dimmitt is amazing at these neighborhood watch meetings. I've only been to a few, but I've seen him answer questions anywhere from, can you give me mace, to how many officers are on the police department, and he just, the way he does it, he does it patiently. There truly is no stupid question with Officer Dimmitt. So I really think the city should recognize that.
Thank you. Ms. Chapman.
I just wanted to add two more short things. The Meadowbrook Hines Neighborhood Watch also has its own Facebook page, so we can communicate back and forth that way. And the very first thing I said to our Neighborhood Watch is, this is not a griping meeting. This is an informational meeting. We want your questions answered, but this is not a time to come together and gripe about everything. That has such a negative look to it. So we really try to keep it positive. And I'm through.
And with
Ms. Trampton?
And with the cost, with Facebook and Facebook groups and all of that, honestly, the cost has gone to nothing. If we can get a place to hold it at, a church or a community center that will open their doors, besides that, the cost is zero, because now they can put the posts on a Facebook group or out on the internet some way, and so we don't have any cost. We don't have to print off pamphlets and do all that like we used to. Now we can just post it and roll with it, so the costs are basically null on that end of it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Trampton?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have two neighborhood watch groups, and both of them have totally different characteristics.
Yes, sir.
One of them is an older group over in the Cleveland area, and they are fairly well established, and they call each other and make sure, and it's sometimes other people visit, but they've been around, I think, a long time. The other group is a little more active. They're downtown, a lot of homeless, a lot of traffic, if we can say. And they actually have a group text, and they are actually very active in posting pictures. And I think you're on their
Yes,
group
sir.
text, right? When activity happens, it can be irritating because they are active. But I think that one of the things that's the same in both those groups is they see a benefit in that, and one of them is community. They like to connect with each other. One of the others, I think, is sort of information. They enjoy what do they call it? Police blotter? What do they call that report that you give
I do the
on all
crime stats.
So all the crime stats are put out there of having burglaries and anything that he can report. They like that information, and we are actually going to try. I've got some incentives that I'm going to try to help with those groups. But I wanted to ask you, to get participation on anything. Generally, there's some marketing that's needed to be done, and with marketing, a lot of times that has to do with benefits that I think that these neighborhood watch groups do offer, and they should kind of be put out there. And I mean, you're at all of them,
Yes.
and I'm sure all of them have different characteristics and different things that they do. But maybe we should sit down and brainstorm and look at some of the benefits we can provide, and maybe there's other benefits that we might be able to provide, as the mayor is saying, that would get people out of the house. Of course, everybody likes food, like has been mentioned, but there are other things that can be done to probably market these groups to show of what's there. And I think the mayor's right that those mailings help a lot. Okay, maybe I will say that again. The mayor's right. I think the Cleveland group, they actually get on the phone and call everybody.
Yes.
And remind everybody of the meeting, because it's once a month. And of course, the other group, they text. So I think a lot of input is with you, Matt, to try to help to market these things a little bit to show the benefit.
I found that the Facebook groups, if you do a neighborhood Facebook group, even if they're not involved with the neighborhood watch, just being part of that neighborhood group on there has gotten more traction, because people are everybody's got their own schedules, especially with Goodyear and Republic and all these other jobs, that people have their own schedules. So if we could have a Facebook group that they could just glance at when they have a chance, and it talks about what's going on in their neighborhoods and all that. I think that's the best way traction-wise. And now who starts them, I don't know. That's not on me to get everyone's Facebook groups going, but that has been the best I've seen for getting traction for their neighborhoods.
Yeah, this initiative is a police, really a police initiative and not an initiative by the council. But when you guys first started this, I noticed that there's neighborhoods here. Are you doing it by precinct? Are you doing it by neighborhood? How are these kind of sectioned off? If any of the council members are interested in starting the neighborhood group, because of course my ward has 2. I actually had 3 at one time. But,
Mountain View was the other one.
How do you divide that up?
Basically, we just go directly off of the neighborhood itself, so the zoning map for that neighborhood. And then if there's a major intersection that stops that, that's where we kind of do the segmenting of that neighborhood. So if that, like Lawton View area has a huge area, so it's just one big group, where Ranch Oaks is a smaller area, so they have a smaller group. It just basically goes off the neighborhood size.
I like to say too, and I want to thank some of the city administrators and council that did come out to that last meeting that I had, and the citizens love to see some of the city officials there at the neighborhood watch meeting. So just want to say thank you very much. I noticed there is one, I do have another neighborhood watch area, and it's from 38th Street up to 52nd. So we can add that. They are active. They're on Facebook.
Okay.
That's in the Park Ridge areas.
Okay, so they don't hold meetings, they're just on Facebook?
They're on Facebook.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Warren.
I just had 2 more quick things. This young man, I don't know how many people here know that this young man's doing the job of, I know at least at one point there was 4 individuals that were doing it, and there may have even been 6 at one time.
At one time, yes.
And so he's carrying that whole load. So I don't want to pass blame around, but when you see all these inactives, I don't know that maybe the fact that we have created a situation where he can't have as many helpers as he might need. And if we could do something about that at some point, maybe that would help. But I do applaud you because you're doing an awesome job. As far as an incentive, at one point I thought what might be a good idea, and I'm going to use Gibson's as a reference because they don't actually exist anymore here in town. But if we were to find a Gibson's that could provide however many we've got, that many incentives, medium incentives, and then maybe one large incentive. And every time a person went to a neighborhood watch meeting, they could put their name in a hat. And then once a year, each neighborhood watch would pull one name out, and that person would get that medium incentive. And then you dump all of those into a big hat once a year, and you pull out the one big incentive, whatever that might be. You got to be there. You put your name in the hat. So only the people that are active would ever have an opportunity to get the incentive. I hate to have to do that, but that's really about the only way you're going to, I think, incentivize a lot of people to show up. Food will get some people there, and it will get me there. But I don't eat much anymore, but I will eat. But I think it's important that we do that, and that we appreciate this young man because he is doing an awesome job.
Okay, and Mr. Wigger. Marianne, I'm sorry I missed you.
Oh, really?
But I've already called on Mr. Wigger. If
Oh,
you
that's
don't mind,
okay.
I'll call you next. Can you
Okay.
hit your button?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the questions that I would ask, maybe could we consider having like a, I don't know if you'd call it a benefit, a convention maybe, or something along that line, to where once a year we could meet here to those that, the 8 active neighborhood watches could interact with those who have inactive neighborhood watches to come in just to educate and show those, hey, listen, here's why you want to have a neighborhood watch, and here's the benefits of it. For those that might say, well, we did that once, it didn't work. Well, but was it done correctly? Were there things, in other words, you're getting ideas off other people, like Ms. Chapman shared, things that they're doing. Oh, well, maybe I need to talk to her more, you know, in somebody in that, just a thought.
Ms. Hankins.
Officer Dimmitt knows what has gone on with our ward. We've had the leaders die, and some of them were really good at promoting, but our ward does have a lot of different cultures or sub-neighborhoods within that ward, and they don't really want to get together very much. And I know that it would be helpful if they did, but convincing them of that. Our neighborhood wards that we had took really good care of the officers that came. Lots of cookies. The Nelsons would, you know, cook for, I'm not cooking, so, you know, don't plan on that for me. But I, you know, maybe we just need to do one online for Ward 1 and try before I get embarrassed every time the mayor brings this up.
Okay, I'm sorry I embarrassed you. So I'm going to tell you, I'm kind of thinking that we need 4 council members to volunteer to work with Officer Dimmitt to come up with some plans, and I'd like to see Ward 6 and 8 represented because they have no neighborhood watches, and they need to understand how to get them going in their wards. And I think that's the next step in this process. What I'd like to see coming out of there is a sheet of best practices and ideas. And if money's involved and you need to come back and get some approval for mailing out postcards, if y'all decide that's it. Otherwise, I think you can probably take a lot of action without council action. City manager can approve a lot of things. What do you think of that, council?
That works for me as long as we can meet on Fridays.
Okay, well, since you're the senior, you will be the chairman and you can pick the date you meet. Mr. Uyghur is next. I need 2 more volunteers. And
Is that
Ms.
Friday at
Chapman-
lunchtime?
Yeah. Do what? Yeah, I know it. Ms. Chapman is one. I need 1 more volunteer. Kelly Harris. We've got our committee, our informal group, excuse me. Did this say take whatever? Oh, it does say take action. So would you make that a motion?
I make a motion that we create an informal group consisting of myself, Councilman Uyghur, Councilwoman Chapman, and Councilman Harris to meet and discuss ways to incentivize and/or increase participation by the citizens in neighborhood watch committees.
Second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. The motion carries 8-0. We stand recessed for 10 minutes.
Thanks, Al.
1 minute, 1 minute. Council, please take your seats. Council members, please take your seats. Okay, we're going to get started. We've got somebody else here from out of town, architect, that needs to make their presentation so they can go. So we're going to jump to item 35. Provide City Council with a presentation on the preliminary report from C.H. Guernsey on project PR 2402, Museum of the Great Plains, infiltration and mitigation. All right, Joe.
He's hobbling. Sorry, I'm a little gimped up a bit. Mayor and Council, we have J.D. Clark from Guernsey who did the report and study on the Great Plains Museum, and he's here to give you a quick synopsis. Emphasis on quick.
Yep, very quick. I can be as quick as you guys want.
35.
Thank you guys for letting me get a little further ahead. I've got a 9-year-old girl that really wants to go wrestle tonight, and so I got to take her to that. We went out to the Museum of the Great Plains. Over the last couple of years, we've been out there a few times looking at a few different issues. We were hired to go ahead and write a full report about all the things that we've seen and document these issues so that we can come up with a plan to address them. And so this is just a quick little rendering of one of the options of solutions that we came up with. Next slide. Or do I have a? Okay. So after going through everything on the building, there's a number of issues. The EFIS, which is the stucco-looking product that goes around the building, in the 90s, they built it a certain way. We no longer build buildings that way because they are known to leak. When we do it that way, we put EFIS on buildings all the time now. They don't leak. The way it was installed is really common that it's leaking. We've got leaks on the inside of the walls. That's one of the suspected areas that we think is leaking, is that EFIS system. There's hail damage to it additionally, and there's actually birds nesting inside it. So that's one of the issues. The brick that's down lower was installed with a few items that are missing that weren't installed commonly in that tier. That could also be part of the issue why we're seeing some leaks. And then the roof on top is also damaged from a recent hailstorm. There's clear stories that are missing a key part to stop the building from leaking at the windows. That piece, it appears it's not installed at all. And so best way I can describe those windows is that they're made to get water in them, and there's a piece at the bottom, and it's gutters and downspouts. If water gets in, it's got to come out the back, out the front. Well, there's a piece at the bottom that's missing to shoot that water out. And so all the water that gets in that system just goes straight into the wall. So all that said, we've got a lot of issues with the building getting water inside the building, and that's for a museum, for any building it's bad, for a museum it's really bad. And so we've listed out everything up there. I'm not going to read all that, but that's a lot of reading. We've tried to address all of those issues, and we feel like the best way to do this is to actually just remove the exterior skin of the building. So it would be demoing the EFIS, demoing the brick back to the wall that's behind there, putting on a new weather barrier, and then on top of that, we'd put on insulation. That's a common practice nowadays, so we'd improve the energy efficiency of the building greatly by doing that. And then we'd come back and put new exterior materials on that would help integrate these systems and be watertight. There's several things up there that we can do that would help make that go, that would help the building improve its durability. Just a quick look around the building here. That middle photo there, you can see there's actually a bird sticking its head out of the EFIS, and we found several locations like that. It was pretty funny. We were like, well, is that a hail damage hole up there? And we're looking around, and no, it's a bird's head sticking out. And there's quite a few of those around the building. And then we've got other areas where there's been enough water infiltration that we're growing mold on a south face, which shouldn't really happen. So it tells us that there's a lot of moisture in the wall in those locations. And then the other photo is that window where we've got sealant and we've tried to fix it. They've attempted cost-effective solutions. Some of them have been more harmful than helpful, which at this point the solution is to rip it out and put in a new system. I mean, that's the only way to really address that. The interior issues, because we have so much water infiltration in the building, we've got soffits that have gotten water on them. We've gotten carpet that's been damaged. There's acoustical panels in the auditorium area that's been damaged. Carpet, you know, it's kind of lived its life. It's been there since the 90s. A 30-year-old carpet's not exactly, it's lived a pretty good long life, and there's no way we could match it. We couldn't go in there and say, let's just patch and replace pieces. We'd need to replace all of it. The drywall that's damaged, we can go in and repair the portions that are damaged and address those locally. We're not gutting the whole building to do that. We can spot repair those issues and get that back to 100%. When we take those drywall off, though, there is plywood behind there because it's a museum. They've planned for installing artwork anywhere in the building, and so when we rip the drywall off, we'll need to address the plywood and make sure that it doesn't have mold or anything like that, spray it and treat it for it, or replace it if necessary. And that'll be just it's kind of hard to tell how much of that would have to do. We've estimated that there's about 25% of the drywall that would need to be replaced throughout the building. Almost every single soffit below the clear story windows is damaged. And then there's portions around the walls that are also damaged. So it's a pretty significant damage on the inside. The acoustical ceiling tiles have been damaged throughout. There's areas that are missing. Photos are a little dark up there on the screen, but you can kind of see the bubbling of all the plaster or the drywall on the inside. We've got ceiling tiles that have been damaged and are missing, water stains throughout, and we budgeted for drywall 25% repair and then a full replacement of the ceiling tiles because it's like the carpet. You can't get them to match really. So if we're in there, let's get them fixed and make it look good. Covered through all this. Additionally, because of all that, the mechanical systems haven't been working correctly. So when you've got a museum, one of the big things we want to control is humidity. It helps prolong the life of all the artifacts and stuff that you guys have. You have a wonderful collection. Let's make sure that it lasts for another 100 years by good climate control. And that's not happening. The systems that we have lived their life. They're almost all over 30 years old. They're constantly being maintained and worked on. Every time we've gone up there, there's been some repair guy up there working on the equipment. And we've been out there at least a dozen times. So that seems a little excessive. Our mechanical engineers went out there and looked at all the systems. Their refrigerant I think they were using was an old refrigerant that's no longer used. You can see that their units are all completely rusted over. Some panels, some of the units are damaged from hail and so on. Needless to say, it's a pretty big project. It's not a small repair. We came up with two options. One is all the work that we talked about, replacing the exterior, skin, insulation, new roof, fixing the damaged interior stuff, and replace the mechanical systems and any electrical items associated with the mechanical work. This would be returning the building the way it looks now, except new. It would be just replacing like for like. You know, we have EFIS on there, we'd come back with EFIS. There's some issues with EFIS in that even when we provide a good watertight product, it's still prone to hail damage, and we have hail in our great state, and so it's, I mean, you never know when it's going to get damaged, but it probably will at some point. We can put the best product out there and it'll hold up pretty well, but it's not bulletproof. Option two would be to doing basically the exact same thing, except we would come in with new materials. We would do a little bit more brick. It's a little bit better and it's cheaper. You might have noticed that. It's a $250,000 cheaper to get a newer looking building than to go back with what we have. EFIS, we have some metal panels instead of EFIS. The metal panel will tie into the metal roofs that we have. That would all be integrated. Additionally, one of the benefits of this option is we're doing a renovation of McMahon Auditorium currently, and we're also doing the Aquatic Center. And so we've kind of looked at, well, can we use some of the same materials that we're using for McMahon, same materials that we're using for the Aquatic Center, and put them on this building so that we have a cohesive language for Elmore Thomas Park. And so we have an opportunity to enhance the park and make it more of a cohesive campus environment. And so that's what we looked at in option 2. Performance-wise, this one's probably actually going to perform a little bit better against weather and long-term maintenance, and it costs less money. So that's kind of what we took a stab at on option 2. And then here's just some quick renderings of what we could make it look like. Speed it up, okay. Quick look at it. It's about 250. I don't have the exact number on top of my head. Okay. No problem. So, just quick, I mean, we're not trying to go nuts here and change the way the building looks drastically, other than just putting new materials, new looking materials on the building. So we have a little bit of stone that looks kind of like limestone, and we've got a brick that we're using on the Aquatic Center and on McMahon Auditorium. And then a metal panel that we're using on the Aquatic Center. It's going to, so the existing roof is a TPO and metal standing seam metal roof, and we'd be going back with a similar. Those are good systems. Yeah, we figured it at that cost. There's not a good way to fix. If you wanted to go away from a flat roof system, there's not a good way to do that on this building. There's little valleys between those little sawtooths. That's a TPO roof, and there's not a good way to do that without drastically redesigning the building. So we kind of have, you can kind of see there, that's where those clear stories happen, is on the back side. We would be basically making, from the brick up, would be those metal panels and the roof, so that it kind of helps. We're creating less joints for water to get into. We're trying to make a more watertight building, a more bulletproof system by doing this. We're not having 6 materials and a bunch of joints where we could possibly get water into. We're trying to make it a really smart and economical building for you guys that perform for a long time. So, any questions?
Okay, yes. What's the cost of engineering?
It was...
No, I don't mean for what you've done. I mean to get ready to do the work.
I think it was $450. It's in there. It's included in the total cost.
Okay, but I need to know how much it is, because I want to get started on it.
I think it was $450. We have a full report that has it in there. And
okay, close enough. What's the timeline on engineering?
It would probably be 3 to 4 months.
Okay. Where does insurance come in? Because I'm assuming we had insurance on that EFIS and that roof.
We are coordinating and looking at all the roads, but we're particularly looking at this building to get it repaired. Get as much insurance money as we can. We're bringing the insurance company back out, getting reports back to the insurance company. They didn't give us the full amount we needed for all, not just this building, but other buildings, but we are focusing on the museum building.
Okay, how much did they give you?
I don't know how much they give us first time. Do you?
Yeah, so they actually didn't do the full amount for the roof. What they said is that they need to do additional testing. However, we're going to provide them with the report from Guernsey, where it's a professional report that says that the roof is damaged, in which case then they'll make a determination.
So, okay, so my question is, how much have they agreed to so far?
So I'll have to pull it up, but it's roughly about 60,000.
Okay.
Which is totally, yeah.
Okay,
ridiculous
here's my
compared to-
thoughts. Here's my thoughts. First of all, we need to figure out if there's a way we can come up with 450 to get this engineering started. Now, Randy and I've been talking about extending the CIP. Of course, the citizens have got to vote for it, but I believe the citizens want to take care of this valuable asset. And so we could put that $6 million in a CIP extension. And there's no other way we're going to come up with the money to take care of this building. It's not in the current CIP, and there's no other option. I wish the insurance had already allowed more money because we could use that for engineering, but unfortunately that hasn't happened, and I don't know how we're going to cover that 450. You got any ideas, John?
I mean, we can certainly look and see. I mean, there may be, Jodan and I had a conversation not too long ago regarding some money that might be available in personnel, on the personnel fund side, because of, we're not spending what we thought we would because there's just still a lot of vacancies across the city. I don't know, but some of that money's already been pledged for other things. I don't know if there'll be enough there, but we can certainly look.
Okay, so maybe y'all can look into that, and maybe legal can get us a timeline going backwards from the August election, and a timeline going backwards of when we need to have a resolution ready. And we can start, we can light a fire under ourselves to get that CIP going. But does anybody have any other ideas of where to come up with $6 million, Kelly?
No, my lottery ticket was a loser last week.
Okay. Did you have other comments?
I did.
Okay.
So I was out there during a rainstorm, and there were probably 100 buckets inside collecting water. But as I walked outside, I noticed that the ground slopes towards the building.
Yes, that's on one of the items that I forgot to mention. It is an item of notice.
Okay.
There's a couple areas specifically that are draining the wrong direction.
In the front, especially.
In the front.
So we can fix that?
Yes.
All right, thanks.
So.
This isn't an action item, but we've got some next steps. City manager's going to be working, try to find the engineering money. Legal's going to be working to get us a timeline going backwards of when we have to have our resolution. And
Mayor,
yes.
Briefly, can I call Cynthia Williams up so she can talk about, in like 30 seconds, Cynthia, talk about FEMA alternate building projects and just kind of give a very quick.
Even more in 24.
That's right. So this could be something that we can go back to FEMA to have them look at to, rather than using the insurance money and then any additional damage money that FEMA may claim that there is on this building. Rather than putting it back exactly how this building is, we may be able to request an alternative project and have the money from this building go into this building project. And it would be an alternative project for public assistance under the tornado disaster.
And how long does that take to get a determination?
I am not sure on exactly how long. We can start working with Comanche County Emergency Management on that tomorrow with it.
You don't have a guess? I mean, no
I
idea.
know that they're coming down weekly and having weekly meetings on alternative projects and the different damage assessments that we're currently doing. But no, how long it might take to get a project approved, I do not know.
Okay, so we can work both avenues at the same time, and that's my suggestion. I don't think we're ready for action yet on anything. I don't think any action's required. We're good to go. Does anybody have any final comments? Okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Now we're going to get back in order. That brings up the first business item, number 21, okay? We're on item 21, Council. Consider approving a fund agreement in the amount of $9.6 million between the Oklahoma Development Finance Authority, City of Lawton, and FISTA relating to Oklahoma Development Finance Authority Community Economic Development Pooled Finance Act, Oklahoma Business Expansion Incentive Program. For the City of Lawton and FISTA Infrastructure P3 project and take action as deemed necessary. Krista. Dr. Ratliff.
Good afternoon. So I am very, very pleased to be here, and I'm very excited to hopefully accept this $9.6 million grant. Before I get started on what the details of it are, I do want to say thank you to Mayor Booker and recognize him. He is the one that brought this opportunity to the FISTA and to the City of Lawton, and without him making me aware of it, I would have no knowledge to apply for the grant. So once he made me aware of the grant, I wrote the application and submitted it on November 23rd of this year. The grant application included $2 million for Rogers Lane lighting improvements, and that's for lighting improvements for I-44 and Rogers Lane. And all of these have to apply and improve our community as it relates to the military installation. So there's $2 million for Rogers Lane lighting improvements, $2.2 million for a secure facility. That secure facility is partially funded through HUD dollars that we already have received, already have been awarded that grant, and this will be the gap funding for that secure facility inside FISTA for a total of $4 million. $2.8 million for a STEM laboratory inside FISTA that will hopefully start construction this summer. We also have around $10 million in additional grant money that we've been awarded for that STEM facility, so that will be added to that. That'll allow us to open it up to community and do additive manufacturing and expand our resources on that STEM laboratory. That'll be located in the Old Navy at Central Plaza. Old Navy is already vacated, of course, and we'll start demo on it this summer. $600,000 for an incubator and accelerator. So that is going to be to house our new partners that are just getting started and getting off the ground. So imagine a startup technology organization that has 1 to 2 employees that's looking to expand. The incubator accelerator will help them move forward. And then a $2 million grant for additional conference room space. This is focused through the Department of Commerce through what's called the P3 program. It's a public-private partnership program. And again, that's to support military communities and in simple terms, to BRAC-proof our community. So these dollars are awarded from employee withholding taxes that are paid to the state with respect to new jobs and or existing jobs associated with federal employment. So again, in easy terms, it's employment taxes paid by employees that work on Fort Sill. Because of that, the Fort Sill leadership team had to sign off on this grant as well. I went up in December to present at the Oklahoma Finance Authority and to present on this grant, and we were awarded the grant that day. So how the contract is written is that the FISTA and the City of Lawton would be joint appliquees. Is that a word? I just made up a word. Thank you. Joint applicants in this grant process. The money would come in payment form every quarter, and then the projects could get started. We expect between $500,000 and $750,000 to be paid out every quarter through those employment taxes from employees that work on Fort Sill. And the Oklahoma Finance Authority is paying that money back to our community instead of keeping it at the state level. The exact percentage of withholding, the percentage of withholdings from DFAS, which is the Defense Finance Authority, the award is 8%, which roughly accounts for 8% of employment within the state of Oklahoma happens at Fort Sill. So they take 8% of all those employment taxes. I'm open for questions, Mr. Mayor.
I don't have any. Does anybody have questions? I think it's a great deal. I mean, this is $9.6 million from the state of Oklahoma. I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
What is the total that the FISTA has received from sources other than the City of Lawton?
Thank you. That's a great question. So FISTA has received now over $30 million in grant dollars from outside of the City of Lawton or outside of the City of Lawton taxpayers. That's money that has no impact paid by anyone in our community. It's grant dollars from outside of our community.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions?
And I wanted to thank Dr. Ratliff and the mayor. Without both of y'all grabbing a hold of this when you did, that's almost $10 million we would have not had an opportunity to have. So I appreciate that, and the citizens Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really grateful to the mayor. When we had our counter UAV forum, I know some of you attended. We had over 400 people within the FISTA. They flew from all over the nation to attend. That day, the Department of Commerce was there, and they saw the excitement. They saw our contractors. They saw the innovation hub that we've created in FISTA, and they knew that day that they wanted to invest. So thank you, Mayor Booker, for bringing
Well,
them there.
thank you, and thank you for all that you do. Can we get a motion?
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah,
Let him make a motion. You can comment in a minute. Go ahead and hit your button and let him make a motion, please. Go ahead.
Is that a move to approve or move to accept?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate. Mr. Hampton?
yes, Dr. Rutherford, the monies that you're talking about that came from outside the city, that money is actually being used and being pumped into the Lawton economy. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So 100% of those grant dollars are being invested in the Lawton community. So 20 million of that is from ARPA, the American Recovery Plan Act, and that includes the STEM lab, the incubator, the accelerator, $10 million for an anechoic chamber, and then the HUD program has also granted us roughly 3.2 million, and then of course this 9.6 million today. Those are all grants that FISTA has written at the state and federal level.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's a big plus for the citizens and FISTA. Thanks for all the work that you guys do.
Thank you.
Seeing nobody else wanting to talk, let's vote. Motion carries 8-0. Mayor Pro Tem will take the gavel.
Item number 22, receive a report from Tran HVAC Systems and direct staff as deemed necessary. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. It's a pleasure being in front of you guys today. It's my first time to speak in front of the city. My name is Jason Davey. I'm out of Edmond, Oklahoma, so I'm not a citizen of the city of Lawton, but happy to be here. Yet, there's always an opportunity. Today's goal is to really educate you, enlighten you, and maybe introduce, and maybe even reintroduce you to Train. I'm going to kind of go through this quick because I understand your time is extremely valuable. As many know, Train has many customers, and most people see us more as just the equipment manufacturer. We service engineers, architects, and mechanical contractors. But what most people don't know, we do have a direct-to-owner business entity. We have a direct sales force that is there to work with the city, municipalities, K through 12, any public agency, to ensure we give you the best and foremost information and work with the local contractors that are in the marketplace today. It is unique because most see us as just the entity manufacturing the equipment, but we take a hands-on approach moving forward. We try to maximize our potential. We bring subject matters to the experts, whether those be internal subject matter experts or external subject matter experts. But the goal is to really bring the what to you. That can be the HVAC systems, that can be building services, but most definitely energy services. And the division that I work for under Comprehensive Solutions is part of that energy services. Each building you have in the city is giving away energy. We have an opportunity to make that more efficient and give the taxpayer money back that you can use for other resources throughout the city. We wish to be your partner for life. How do we get there? There are measures known as energy conservation measures, and this looks beyond just HVAC. As was previously spoken with the architectural firm Guernsey, we are looking at the entire building, whether that be water systems, building envelope, roofing, HVAC, of course, but also controls that come into play today. The new generation of the HVAC mechanic is beyond a simple tool and belt that they're working on the roof. It is all digitized. We are now in the Internet of Things where the systems are smarter than you can imagine, and therefore they have information that we can gather and be more proactive and more efficient with our actions. When it comes to accreditations, Train is very happy to state that we have been recognized by the Department of Energy since 1999 as an energy service company, and we are one of 14 known as an ESP, which is the highest designation you can get through the Department of Energy and NASCO. So if we talk about continual service, There is an opportunity within any city to make sure that we are looking at all facets of your building design, building operation, and ongoing service and maintenance. A few things to really look at is data and digital services. With that, your buildings are spewing data, and it's the ability to harness and understand that data and make qualified decisions based off that data that is there today. One thing that is really integrative in terms of what can be done now with the internet is what we call dispatch demand response. And if you think about this, we can all find ourselves in that scenario, and usually it's Murphy's Law that it happens at the umpteenth hour, about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, where we have an emergency. And we have to figure out what is our first steps of actions, and we follow our protocol. In most cases, you'll need to dispatch a mechanical contractor who will then get from their home and travel to Lawton, or maybe they live in the city of Lawton, and can provide the services that are rendered needed. Today, with the internet and our capability of 24-hour service technicians, and your building connected to our digital service platform, we can actually help you from afar. So our office in Oklahoma City, our office in Tulsa, we actually have an office here in Lawton now. We have the ability to provide digital services remotely and potentially even cure the problem that is at its hand. At best, we can minimize the emergency and prevent a truck roll, which in turn saves citizens dollars, as well as any type of environmental concerns that can come into play. If you look at it there, the remote service support calls from our Midwest region was roughly 3,000 service calls, and we were able to prevent a rolling of a truck by about 60%. What that basically means is instead of that overtime after-hour call, we can actually maybe prevent the situation from expanding or maybe even resolve it completely within about a 15-minute to 20-minute internet connectivity. I'm happy to state we do have 3 offices in the state of Oklahoma. I do work statewide, so I travel all over the place. But this spring, we will be officially having a grand opening for our new office here in Lawton over off at Cache Road. We're happy to be a part of the community as we service not only Comanche County, some other outlying areas, but also Fort Sill. When we look at Omnia Partners is a pretty neat opportunity that the city of Lawton is already familiar with. You guys are an active member today. Omnia Partners is a national program with a dedicated team for procurement. Train is a part of that, and therefore we have the ability to bring all of our services to you through that Omnia Cooperative. It is compliant. It was all done through an RFP, a request for proposal, and it is compliant with State Statute 61, which is the Competitive Bid Act of 1974. Through this process, the RFP has been publicly solicited and publicly awarded. When you look at entities that are currently using Omnia today, it's across the board. About 64% happen to be in the public education or in the municipality presentation. Your peer cities that have been mentioned before all use Omnia today in many different facets. You guys use Omnia today in many different facets. You may just not know that Train is a part of that, as an opportunity to move forward with those opportunities. As mentioned previously, there is the opportunity to save money, but what is really happening in today's marketplace is the ability to save time. You have an opportunity to bring all of your assets into one centralized association and save money, reduce the amount of manpower that does to take the project and move it from design to procurement into implementation. When it goes through the lead agency process, this is a Freedom of Information Act. All the information is available to anybody that wishes to receive it. But there was a lead agency, and that lead agency put out a solicitation. Train and other manufacturers responded to that solicitation, and we are awarded that. And therefore, we were able to adopt that through the state agency through with Title 61 and being a competitive bid act that you can utilize today in your HVAC needs. When it comes to benefits for the citizens and the next steps that we can see for the city of Lawton, there's tremendous possibilities. There are endless opportunities for you today. If you think about the traditional plan and spec world, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's an opportunity where a lot of people work in silos. You have an engineering team, you have an RFP, and you have bidders that are bidding and hopefully coming to the table. This is an opportunity to give you a completely what I would call almost untraditional approach, where all team members are brought to the table on day one, and therefore we have the best and the brightest at the table to find the right solution, not only for today, but for long-term success within that building. If you look at the value proposition that comes into play, we can increase your efficiency, decrease your cost, and decrease the labor that comes into play. We really are a design, bid, build firm. So as was previously mentioned, Trane has the ability with our own superintendent team, our own project management team, and our ability to have network relationships previously with contractors, whether here in the city of Lawton, throughout the state, or even within the region. We can bring the manpower to the table to ensure that a project that is desirable actually gets designed, planned, and built. If you think about what Trane can do in terms of any energy service company, we have a unique proposition, and it's a direct-to-you factory direct pricing through Omnia Partners. We see a pilot opportunity currently with the city of Lawton. We've had some wonderful conversations with the director, Ms. Herr, and there's definitely an opportunity to take the information that has already been worked on and actually rebuild, reprice, and potentially use the Omnia Partners and our relationships to find an opportunity to advance that building. That building has seen tremendous results over the last year with the increase in attendance, increasement in customer or computer use, total checkouts, and is truly a beacon for the city of Lawton in terms of what that building is doing for the citizens of Lawton. There's an opportunity to make that building shine just like the people that occupy that building shine today. From HVAC upgrades to lighting, fire protection systems, maybe even some building envelope capabilities, we have the capabilities to do all that from a single source accountability, a no risk back to the city of Lawton. Our recommendations today are really to be as transparent as possible. That's why we came forth to introduce Trane again and introduce Omnia in a different fashion to you. And what we do with that is a resolution, and that resolution announces to the citizens of Lawton that there's an opportunity to partner with Trane, partner with Omnia, and potentially move forward with an opportunity that makes sense for the city of Lawton. With that resolution, we would then go into what we call our preliminary study. Our preliminary study is an opportunity for our team to work with our local contractors and find an opportunity, define it, present it, and come up with what we call a budget pricing. If that budget pricing is within the right desirable of the city council, we would then move forward to a design build phase for you. And with that, we would be as transparent with all the information, working with the contractors both near and far to ensure that project gets moved forward. With that, I will open it up to any questions that you guys may have, but I do want to take the time to say thank you for your attention today. It's an honor to stand before you.
Thank you for the presentation. Before we go to questions from council, we had a little discussion here. We don't have the resolution here, so we couldn't approve that if we wanted to. Legal's also got some questions. So at the end, I think we probably just need to direct staff to work with Trane to see what kind of package they could bring back to council. But that being said, Mr. Gill, I believe, has a comment or question.
Yeah, I did. I had a couple of questions. Just curious. You said you were awarded the RFP by, you didn't say by which authority that you were awarded.
So Trane actually has two contracts through Omnia Partners. Our lead agency we're referring to is Racine County, which is in the state of Wisconsin.
Okay. So I just didn't quite understand the connection there with the city of Lawton, which I see there really isn't any. So then if the city did something with you, it would be a direct contract with your company or OmniX, whichever one you're on the contract with, but that would be something we would purchase from you. Now, this would take this out of the cycle of bidding projects with general contractors, and it would put them in a situation where they would have to do a proprietary type of buying, which would only be Trane, correct?
I'm not sure if I fully understand the question. So,
okay. In other words, if we bid a job and it has heating and air in it, that general contractor that is awarded that job will then have to use a Trane product.
I believe they have the right based off the design that the city approves.
Well, not if the city has a contract with Trane.
So what we're discussing here would be an opportunity on a project basis.
Let me make this simple. Would this be a proprietary, with all proprietary products that would be Trane?
No, sir. You would have the ability, and we're agnostic to any type of manufacturer.
Okay.
Of course, we are Trane. What we would recommend is a control system and the movement towards standardization of equipment.
And while it's a very impressive program, and I do appreciate it, there are other companies out there that have basically the same.
Yeah, it's
so
very
we
true.
need to be aware of that. Lennox, Carrier, and several others. So we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we're married to one particular item regardless of possible cost differences. Okay, thank you.
Very valid point, sir.
Okay.
Councilman Harris.
During COVID, we've had extreme difficulty acquiring heat and air products. And as you just saw the presentation before you, we need a whole roof full of them over at the museum. So if we're in this, do we get priority delivery of products?
Sir, I wish I would have the answer for you. We've all experienced the fun of COVID. We are still rebounding, but unfortunately, priority is based on a first come, first serve. Now, I will add, there is an opportunity to look at some opportunities. We talked about funding with the other opportunity. There is the Inflation Reduction Act, and as a partner, we bring that to the table because the passing of the Inflation Reduction Act of August 2022 really highlighted the opportunities for renewables, some different energy capabilities, which help fund projects moving forward.
Councilman Gill has
one more question. So if the city did enter into an agreement with Train, what type of time period would we receive for guaranteed fixed prices without increases, or would we?
So fixed pricing would be based off of the project at hand, so we would actually go out to bid that. So we would ask our contractors to hold those for 90 days.
90 days. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, I appreciate it, and we'll have staff get in contact with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to item number 23, consider approving. Thank you.
23. Consider approving proposed revisions to Council Policy 9-03 titled Vacancy Selection Process for Lakes Recreational Areas by broadening the policy's focus to include renaming the policy and incorporating language that reflects the Council's commitment to fostering self-sufficiency within the lakes recreational areas. Dwayne.
Mayor and Council, let me just start off by saying we are continuing the process of evaluating the schoolhouse slough and the recreational areas around the lakes. And as we do that, this particular policy, which you approved back in December, if you'll recall, it was the vacancy selection process for lake recreational areas. The purpose of that policy was to establish a fair and equitable opportunity for persons who desire to lease space when space vacancies became available within the city-operated recreational areas. And while that policy did accomplish that task, during the time that we presented that, Council expressed a desire to have some changes made to the policy that would allow for a sealed bid process to help capitalize on the potential revenue opportunities out at the lakes so that we could reinvest some of that funding back into those improvements that Council wants to do. So based on that information, if you'll remember, prior to implementing the policy, under the previous direction of the former concessionaire, the parties that were leasing space within the schoolhouse slough area, they were engaged in bartering city-owned camping spaces for profit under the guise of transferring an existing lease. And that's what was going on. This practice created a situation that prohibited equal access to citizens that were seeking access to these highly desirable camping spaces, often resulting in complaints that they weren't getting a fair chance. That's why it was necessary to bring that policy to create some equitable solutions. Based on that information, when the original policy was presented and approved, you did express that desire for staff to amend the policy to include a system that would allow citizens of Lawton to capitalize on the popularity of the lake's recreational areas by generating additional revenue that could be reinvested. Specifically, Council directed that the policy be amended to allow for a bid-style system to determine who would be awarded the access to those camping spaces. Staff has made those changes as directed with the exception of the sale of boat houses. And those are a little bit of a different animal because they're really not a conveyance. Can't be just transported anywhere. They're left on the water. So in that case, if you'll recall I believe it was the last council meeting in January, council approved an increase to the transfer fee to reflect the minimum $1,500 or 5% of the sale price of the boathouse. Now, something to consider is that staff has recently learned that there's been some situations where boathouse owners were selling boathouses and declaring a sale of said property for minimal amounts as low as $10. We all know that there's no boathouse out there that's valued at only $10. This practice could somewhat affect and or counteract previous council action wherein we raised those transfer fees. So that'll be something that we'll need to consider moving forward if we want to modify how we're doing that. Additionally, based on input from several council members, we've also modified the policy to include a section that reflects the council's desire to see the lakes recreational areas become self-sufficient. That section of the proposed revisions defines the council's commitment to enhancing the self-sufficiency of the city's lakes recreational areas by strategically directing financial resources towards transformative initiatives and sustainable development. Specifically, we listed in the policy the following objectives with number one, revenue generated from the lake recreational areas would be reinvested in the operation, improvement, and security of the recreational areas. The second one was to invest in sustainable infrastructure such as energy efficient lighting, eco-friendly amenities, and environmentally conscious construction practices. And the third one was to engage the local community in planning and maintenance of the recreational areas. So it basically, we retitled that policy and included the council's desires to make it self-sufficient, as well as the previous direction to install the sealed bid proposal process.
Just one question. Have you thought through the process of how to deal with the $10 bill of sale?
I've given it some thought. There's a couple of potential solutions. One, and the most simple way would be to just establish a flat rate based on what we could maybe perceive as the average value of the boathouses. Right now, we put a minimum $1,500 on that transfer, or 5%. If the least valuable boathouse out there was valued in the $40,000 to $50,000 range, you know, you could apply what 5% of that would be and apply that number. Maybe we raise it to $2,500. Or the other side of that is we could provide some discretionary ability for staff if somebody brought in a bill of sale that declared it for $10 and we know better, that we could maybe look at the county assessed value for personal property. I think those boathouses are probably listed at the assessor's office. The other side of that, though, is as we move forward and we continue to raise those rates to a more fair market value pricing, I really think that this is all going to take care of itself. So once we get to, it's a self-healing process from the standpoint of what's been driving this market for being able to barter those properties out there is the fact that the city's not been charging fair market value. And so when you have a higher demand than you do the supply, then it creates this opportunity for people to cash in on that. So right now we've taken a gradual approach over a 3-year window to where we're going to see increases over the next 3 years till we get to that closer to that fair market value. And I think once we get there, that's going to help correct some of those actions. Right now, I can tell you we're going through the re-signing of all the bids, or not the bids, but the leases on the camp spots. I think we have 4 of them since we've done those increases that have surrendered or basically let their leases go, but we have nearly 20 on a waiting list. So that should tell you right now the demand is still higher than the supply.
Okay, so you think it's going to take care of itself? We don't need to take any action on that, you think? Or
I think that we've made a significant stride in just raising it to the $1,500 or 5%. I can't tell you what's motivating people to do that. I don't know if it's, I really don't know. They may be trading some other piece of property for it with a minimal sell fee. But I'll go back to Councilman Warren. You can't really legislate that what people are going to do in those situations. So.
Okay, so comments, Mr. Harris.
So I like the idea of going over, whatever the property tax value is. I think that's probably a fair assessment of what the value should be. But I also think, if somebody clearly comes in and says, we sold this for $10, then we should just immediately go to the full rate on the rental.
That's part of the policy as it stands right now. Any transfer of a lease like that automatically goes to the full rate. So we built that into the policy.
Mr. Warren.
I'd make a motion to approve this and move forward. I think we do probably need to keep an eye on it and bring it back to council if we start seeing a lot of action on lowballing and maybe revisit how we punish that.
Okay, the motion was to approve and move forward. Is there a second? We have a second. Ms. Williams, discussion or debate? One question. How much was the old transfer fee, and today it's a minimum $1,500, right?
The old transfer fee for the boathouse was $75.
$75. So we went for $75. Okay. Any discussion or debate? Please vote. One more. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 24, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to utilities, renaming sections 22-11104 and 22-11105, Division 22-11, Article 22-1, amending sections 22-11104 and 22-11105, Division 22-11, Section 22-12115, Division 22-12, and Section 22-14144, Division 22-14. All of the Article 22-1, Chapter 22, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying that landfill charge accounts are allowed and will have the same rules and regulations as utility bills, and further clarifies that residential landfill customers have the option to apply landfill fees to the utility account, allowing for floor amendments, providing for severability, and by a separate vote declaring an emergency. Christy James.
You don't want to repeat that title, do you, Mayor?
Whew, man, there's all those numbers.
Yeah. And this really is just a housekeeping item. Over 20 years ago, landfill billing was done by our revenue services, which is the same as your water bill. And so over time, they treated those two fees the same way. After looking at code here recently, we determined that landfill is taken care of in a separate section than utility bills. So this is just some clarity, so we could treat landfill bills just like we treat water bills, with a required deposit to have a charge account, late fees if you're past due, and then the ability to turn those bills over to collections if they're not paid in a timely manner.
Questions or motions?
I'd make a motion to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please, did I hear a second? Okay, please read the title.
Okay, and so because we have an emergency, we'll have to have a separate motion and vote on the emergency. So the title is an ordinance pertaining to utilities, renaming sections 22-11104 and 22-11105, Division 22-11, Article 22-1, Chapter 22, amending sections 22-11104 and 22-11105, Division 22-11, Section 22-12115, Division 2212, and Section 2214144, Division 2214, all of Article 22.1, Chapter 22, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying that landfill charge accounts are allowed and will have the same rules and regulations as utility bills, and also clarifying that residential landfill customers may elect to charge landfill fees to their utility account, providing for severability and declaring an emergency.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. I need a motion for an emergency. Reference this item.
Move to consider this an emergency.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to declare this an emergency. Please vote. One more. Motion carries 8-0.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
I know that commercial doesn't have bulk pickup, but does commercial accounts have the option to request a bulk pickup that's charged like a residential account?
So at a business? Is that what you're talking about?
They do have the option to request dumpster service.
Okay, so there's an additional fee for bulk pickup to a commercial.
For a dumpster.
Okay. That gets your answer? Okay, moving to item 25. Consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Chapter A22, Article A22-1, Schedule Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding a late fee for past due landfill bills and charge account deposits, dishonored checks, and stating that unpaid landfill bills may be turned over to a collection service, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the resolution. Christie.
This is the companion item to the ordinance that we just passed, putting the fees in the resolution.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion to approve, and we have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you. Number 26, consider granting a revocable permit to D.R. Horton, allowing the construction of an 8x8 sign in the public right-of-way located at the southwest corner of Southwest Rolling Hills Drive and Southwest 38th Street. Christie.
Another hat. This item and the next item are normally consent items. I'm not sure how we got it on new business, but here we are. These are just normal council-approved vocal permits for signs in the street right-of-way. There are some sign examples attached here. Those are not the exact signs that will be placed, but those are examples of some signs he's placed in other communities. With the building permit process, we will make him submit exactly what he's going to be installing here.
Questions or motions?
I move to grant this. Make a motion to move to approve.
Motion for approvals or second?
I have a question.
Okay, we'll get the second after, we'll get the questions in just a minute. Do we have a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate, Ms. Williams.
Yes, is this blocking well, he's going to put it, the view of traffic?
No, that's one of the things that we look at during that. This only allows them to be in the street right of way. When we get the building permit application, we will designate how far back. But if you do look at the attached site plan, it is a ways back from the corner.
Okay, thank you.
Any further debate or questions? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0, bringing up item 27. Consider granting a revocable permit to D.R. Horton, allowing the construction of an 8x8 sign in the public easement located at the southwest corner of Southwest Lee Boulevard and 38th Street. Christie.
Same as before.
Did I hear a motion and a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. One more. One more. Who didn't vote? Everybody tried to push the button again. Somebody's didn't take. There we go. 8-0. Motion carries. Bringing up item 28. Receive a report from the Lawton Police Department regarding the escalating issue of copper thefts within the city of Lawton. Discuss possible solutions to the problem and take action as deemed necessary. Eric, how are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Mayor Booker, council members, the city of Lawton has been seeing an increase in number of copper-related thefts in our city. This is occurring both in vacant houses, occupied homes, homes that are being remodeled, businesses and such. But this trend that occurs each time that the purchasing price of certain scrap metals is increasing. That's copper aluminum mixture, which is your AC coils. Prices right now are at a moderate level. They're not at the extreme peak that they have been, but they're definitely more than when they are at a low time. I think with that moderate price in the current economy, it's led to the increase of theft of these items and it's being scrapped out. For example, when an air conditioner, a condenser is stolen and is scrapped out, that person's only going to get probably $200 at max for it. The homeowner is going to have to spend a couple of $1,000s to get that replaced. So this has often been magnified on our citizens. In 2023, we had a total of 89 cases of theft of copper that were reported to the Lawton Police Department. So far, year to date, we've had 9 cases. I think that's on the extreme low side, considering the amount of foot traffic and increase of traffic we have at the scrap dealers. But these are reported cases that have been reported to the city of Lawton. Current copper prices, aluminum copper is about $3 a pound, and it usually can be double that price when it's at its peak. Catalytic converters, they're not really peaked out right now, where that's another problem that we've seen being scrapped out. And right now, current pricing on some of those rare metals that are in there is $4,200 for rhodium, and that's per ounce, where when it's at its peak, it gets up to $30,000 per ounce for rhodium. Platinum and palladium are 2 other substances that are in these catalytic converters. So again, that's on the low side right now, but when we see these prices increase, that's another theft item that we see coming up. So with those stats and information, I'll be happy to answer any questions and comments.
I've got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I can guarantee you that that's a low count because I know of 4 episodes in the last 3 months. And I talk with the people and they say, we don't call the police anymore because it doesn't do any good. We just waste of time. They send somebody out and make a report and that's it. So my question to you is this. Several years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, when my predecessor was up here, they passed an ordinance that all these scrap yards had to be checked. And they had to be checked for copper because this was going on then, as even before and as today. So they had to be checked. They had to have a picture of the person bringing it into the scrap place. They had to have a record, address, and everything of that person selling it. So I know there are ways to get around it. My question is, how often and how are we going about checking these scrap places? Because I've talked to 1 or 2 of them, they said they hadn't been checked in years. So I'm not trying to throw theft onto the police department, but I am trying to say, are we really doing our jobs? Because the information I'm getting, we're not. And I know it can be hidden in these scrap places. I'm not naive about that. I'm sure that goes on. But if we're not even going there and checking like on a weekly basis or every 3 days or whatever, then they're just laughing at us. And we don't have that many scrap places, really, so it wouldn't be that hard of a program. So my question to you is, what can the police department do about it?
Well, some of the things that they do is detectives, when they get a case, they can go down there and they do go down and look. But some of the problems you run into is when this stuff is scrapped out, they're destroying it, they're bending it up, they're dismantling it to a point it's not identifiable. There's not serial numbers listed on these coils, and you got a little bit of aluminum and copper mixture, and then they're held in place with a steel frame on the outside. Of course, they cut that off. That way it increases their price. So when these items get down there, they're not identifiable by anybody. One in particular, I know that Salvation Army lost their unit probably about a couple weeks ago, and it hadn't been installed for very long prior to that. I don't believe there's a report taken on that. I see that what your comment was about a lot of people not reporting this, and this is what some of the ideas I have for some deterrences, but it's going to cost the consumer some money. But with the people that are getting these stolen, there's no video, there is no fingerprints because the item's actually getting taken. The only thing left there is a concrete slab or brick. There's a lot of investigative avenues that don't exist for somebody. If there's not an eyewitness, they don't have anybody going down the street with this item, there's no avenues for them to look for a suspect to figure out who it is doing it. And it does discourage people because it's not being...
That's all good and dandy, but let me say this. If a detective or whoever's investigating goes to one of those scrap places, I know they destroy that stuff and tear it all out when they're tearing it out of the units. If they see copper there, especially new copper, they have the right, the police do, the detective does, he has the right to ask that owner, where did you get this copper?
Right.
And then he had better come up with a pretty good story. But right now, the people are buying it, and they're going to buy it. There's no question about it. And if we don't follow up on it or try to press them into finding out where they got it, I mean, the only thing else we can do is everybody in town hire someone with a shotgun to sit out there and watch the unit all night, and then get sued when we kill them.
Well, extreme, but yes.
Yeah, I know it's extreme, but it's an extreme problem, and I know a lot of it's going on, and it's been going on for a long time. I've got one of the people in this town down there building a brand new clinic for people have had all their units, 3 of them, stolen 3 different times. That's 9 units.
Yes, sir. You know, the current ordinance that we have right now requires, unless you're an exempted seller, it requires you to produce your ID. They have to declare ownership on a long list of items. That includes railroad tracks, AC coils. They're not allowed to even accept burnt copper, which is getting rid of the plastic coating, because it's worth 40 cents a pound if it's copper wire with coating on it. $3 a pound, but they're declaring ownership of these items, and when they do so, the scrap metal dealers are just logging it down and saying they own it.
That copper burning the rubber or the casing off of it's been going on a long time, and they can certainly tell that when it's brought in.
Correct.
They know it's been burnt, so
can't clean it off.
Who's going to bring in copper wiring and have it all burnt off unless it was stolen?
Correct.
Because if it was their own and they could prove it, they wouldn't go to that work.
And it's not a legitimate exempted seller that's going to be doing that. They're not going to waste the time to try to burn that off to increase. They're literally going to cut it off, throw it in a pile, and have their crews take it down there to scrap it out.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yes,
This
sir.
is a pet peeve of mine, too. Thank
I
you.
understand.
You're the assistant chief, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the question, this is on the agenda because I got a call from a prominent citizen that said it's a problem. We got to do something. Now, and I said, well, I'll put it on the agenda and we'll talk about what our options are. What are our options to I don't know the right question. What are our options to make it difficult to sell copper in the city of Lawton may be the question. I'm not
Yes, sir.
sure.
And a couple of thoughts that I've had is, one thing, we've already got them listed in our ordinance as an exempted seller. So right now, they're just got some extra leeways. You know, they are already on the books. They don't have to come down there and give their IDs every time, to my knowledge. But if it's a little more extreme than we have now, but if we made it to where copper aluminum mix, your catalytic converters, anything that's on that extreme side that's not normal for people to scrap out, not talking about tin cans and stuff like that, if we required you to have a mechanical license, a plumber license, a electrical license, any of those licenses, a farm tax permit, to even be able to sell that stuff back to a scrap metal dealer, I think it will mitigate some of the problems that we have with people walking up with shopping carts full of this stuff. Or you'll see them with a makeshift trailer that they're not even showing up in vehicles. They're scrapping it out outside these areas, and then they're going in and they're selling it. I think if we do that, we're going to mitigate some of the problems that we're seeing with these local people that are stealing this stuff.
And how long will it take you to prepare that ordinance and bring it back to us?
As quick as I can.
Okay, another question I have is, because I've been in the scrap metal places, it's been a while, but you know, when something's laying there, how do you know they did it? Let's say you walk in to check them. and you see something there, how do you know that they followed the procedure on that? Is it tagged, saying that it belongs to a certain contractor in this case?
I'm not able to give it to you exactly. I have the ordinance here, I could read it out, but they do spell out in the ordinance on some of this stuff that it's supposed to be your IDs taken. They are labeling it. They have certain days that they have to keep it there, I guess, to make sure that's not stolen. But they do have some parameters that are spelled out in this ordinance that say you have to do it this way on certain items. The burnt wire, they can't take that at all. Railroad tracks, they cannot accept that at all. People have tried, but 100% they know that no one owns that except the railroad. That's not a normal item. So there's several items listed in here that are also like that.
How fortunate that I stayed up late last night looking these options up. So I actually have the Oklahoma City ordinance here, and it says, no junk dealer, scrap dealer, recycler, or dealer in secondhand may purchase any of the items listed below without obtaining proof that the seller owns and is authorized to sell the property by evidence of receipt of purchase or a bill of property, or requiring the seller to sign a written declaration of ownership and obtaining the proof that the sellers, and that is manhole covers, street signs, traffic signals, electric light poles, highway guardrails, funeral markers, historical markers, railroad equipment, condensing and evaporating coil from air conditioning, aluminum or stainless steel containers, beer kegs, metal bleachers, automotive catalytic converters, plumbing, electrical fixtures, tools, machinery or supplies commonly used in drilling, stainless steel fittings and fixtures commonly used in operation at car wash facilities. Eric, you're more than welcome to this to get you a...
I would believe that whoever wrote this in the first place had that one, or they got ours, because that's word for word, this list. That's our policy or ordinance. It's the same.
Working on this in addition to the grocery cart issue that
Yes,
you
sir.
mentioned. So Mr. Mayor, I do have this for you as well. So I think there's some good things that we can borrow off of and address those issues. I think we just got to forbid the purchase. I know they'll just take them to Wichita Falls or whatever, but the guy with the bicycle and the homemade trailer, he's probably not riding that bike all the way to Wichita Falls.
Correct. And we do have the opportunity, if we deny them, that they'll take it out of town. But a lot of these people that are stealing it, they don't have the means to transport it out of town. And even if they did, the $100 they're going to get for some of this scrap is going to be mitigated by the $30 in gas they're going to have to spend to get somewhere else. It's not going to be profitable for them.
Okay, so that brings up a question. Those junk dealers know those guys bringing that stuff in, and they know they don't own that copper. They know it. Why are they allowed to buy it from them and fill out the paperwork because some guy says he owns it?
They should not be able to. You know, I spoke to Mike Hodges this morning. He's out of the business. He had sold his business, but he's still working down there a couple of days a week, helping them out. And speaking to him for probably 15 minutes this morning, he said that they are people that come down there regularly, and they know that they don't have the means to come buy 3 or 4 AC coils unless they just took the one from their own house, which will be a problem in the summertime. Right. But they know it, and they do run them off. But they'll either find somebody else, single them out. They all have buddies. I mean, there's a will, there's a way, and sometimes they find it.
Mr. Warren.
My question was going to be, and it's been addressed a little bit by Councilman Harris, was, you know, have we looked at our peer cities to see what they do ordinance-wise to prevent this? Because, I mean, and they may not be doing enough. Maybe we need to do even more. But I think if we gathered all those up and input those into Gemini or any of those and said create a policy from all of these, we could hit all of those.
Intelligence, I like it. Anybody else?
Yeah, Mayor.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, I don't know, this probably not feasible, but it certainly would be, with the advent of the video, if those scrap yards had video of these people that come in there, they certainly, you certainly can begin to identify, because probably most of them are the same people, right?
Yeah, I agree, and they are required to take their ID and match it to the person, so getting that identified should be pretty easy. Video, the DAs and the city prosecutors love those as well. Another way to deter this is homeowners having cameras at their house themselves.
Right.
With the technology increasing right now, we have motion-activated cameras that alert your cell phone that something is going on. That could allow you to call the police and get some intervention going.
Yeah.
And it also helps in the prosecution. And
yeah, that's
it's
what
expensive, though.
that's what I have at my house, the motion activated. But at my neighborhood watch group, we were asking some questions about that, and I guess for the sake of knowledge, the video is more and more becoming evidence that you guys can actually use, correct?
Absolutely. We use it every day in the prosecution of criminals. So when we have evidence, it's irrefutable that something has gone on and that that's the person that did it. So when we have that, we have good avenues of investigation. And though it is expensive for the consumer, putting a cage around an AC unit, something that businesses have also done and some homeowners, but there's an added expense to the homeowner with that as well, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to say one quick thing. Yes, Randy, they're having this problem everywhere. I talk to builders I know in Tulsa, Oak City, so it's an ongoing deal.
Yeah.
You know, we have this same type of program with the pawnbrokers, where they're checked on certain things, or if a gun's stolen, they have to keep records of everything that they have.
Yeah.
They have a licensing situation with the pawnbrokers, and that's their livelihood. Now, I know we charge on the salvage yards, I'm sure, some sort of a permit, but maybe if we get the permit a little bit steeper, maybe we should have a permit where if you want to be a salvage company and sell copper and buy copper or those types of products, then you have to have something where that they will obey the law, and make it bad if they don't and they lose their license, then they're out of business. So just a thought, just a thought.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Harris?
Chief, I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain some of the technology that you showed to me last week that would allow businesses to allow us to use their cameras.
Some of the stuff we've started to look at is with Axon, and it started looking at new body cameras and dash cams for our vehicles. And it has also led to us looking at other products that Axon has, one of them being Fusus, which I think is what Councilman Harris is referring to. Fusus will allow us to have access to businesses' video. They will grant this to us, and some businesses would be inside and outside, some just outside only. Some would also just let us know that they have video in case we have a crime, we can come access that. There's also a box that come with this, and there's two different boxes, and they have a cost associated with them, around $250 and another one around $550, but a yearly maintenance fee with that. But with these, it allows the Lawton Police Department to have access to these cameras on demand. If we have a crime going on, an officer can pull this up on his cell phone or his MDT that's in his unit, and they can see the crime in progress, which way they're going. Anything that's going on, dispatch would be able to have it. A watch commander in his office would be able to see this and divert traffic. It's just some of the capabilities that you're looking at. It's almost stepping toward a real-time crime center without fully funding and staffing a real-time crime center.
Mr. Warren?
We also, which would tag right into that, and if that company's like Flock, I think probably they have the ability to also place cameras on utility poles in areas where we think that those individuals may be selling illicit items, and we would have that evidence regardless of whether anybody wanted to help us or not.
Yes, sir, and Flock integrates. They're strategic partners with Axon. Their LPRs integrate with that perfectly, and Fusus as well, now that Axon owns Fusus, so it all integrates together and will give us a nice database to be able to track that.
So can I get a motion to direct the staff to bring back the ordinance change as discussed and whatever other solutions they want to add in at the next council meeting?
So moved.
Got that motion and a second discussion or debate? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just had one question to tag on with this video surveillance stuff. I guess really around these areas, there's only certain areas are selling this stuff, and I'm assuming that we own poles, or the city, some of that stuff's on city property. We could purchase some of that stuff ourselves, put them on poles near these areas where these copper thieves are going, and actually get video ourselves of these people, can't we?
With the initial cost of the FUSIS system, I think you get 500 cameras that would allow it to go in, and when you start increasing that, the cost of it goes up. One of our ideas is that we would take all city-owned cameras and they would integrate into the system, and we instantly have that on these boxes. These boxes allow us to take video that we only have live feeds to, and it will allow us to have a 2-day window to go back and get footage off of them. And the consumers can buy these boxes. We could also work it into our budget where we could buy some of these for businesses in town just to get them started. They could take on that yearly fee, which is minimal. It's, I think, $200 yearly fee for this.
Would it be difficult to monitor? It seems like there need to be some man hours put in monitoring those, or how would that work?
As far as a constant person watching the cameras, if that's what you're speaking of, I think the staffing that would require would be substantial, especially if you had 500 cameras that we get to, and I think we can get pretty close to that just with city-owned cameras. Staffing would be difficult, but using it to know that there's a crime going on this location, a shooting, a theft, anything, we could instantly log into those areas and watch it.
And you can do that. You can do that on your cell phone. So all officers have cell phones, and you could actually have officers while they're on duty, because you said they alert you when there's movement or something.
Well,
like
you
that.
would have to know that, dispatch will get a call that there's a shooting in some area, and so we would also know where we have cameras in that area, and we would instantly start.
But you could carry
accessing them.
these with you.
Yes.
You could actually see the video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gill.
Just one quick thing. Cameras really work great. I just had a robbery. They drove through my property, cut my fence, and robbed Beeville next door of several car parts, stole his truck, his trailer, and everything. Every bit of that was caught on cameras across the street at the rental place, Hertz Rental, with their cameras on their poles, and they got the whole program. 5 hours worth of theft going on there.
Yes, sir.
And if it had been on an alert system like you're talking about, you could have been right down there and got him. They did get him, of course, with the pictures. So the cameras are great.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're voting on directing the staff to bring back the ordinance and any other solutions. Please vote. One more.
Marianne, did you vote?
Okay, motion carries 8-0. Thank you very much, Assistant Chief.
Thank you.
Good report. 29, consider adopting a program to place signs regarding panhandling in areas where such signage is allowable by city code. Discussing a funding source for a panhandling sign program. Discuss changing city code to allow for panhandling signs to be placed at intersections, and take action as deemed necessary. Who's speaking on this?
I am.
Mr. Gill.
I think council has seen some pictures of some of these signs that we're discussing. My wife made one when we were in Scottsdale. I talked to them out there, and it really, really works great. We're not having the problem Oklahoma City is yet of every corner that you go down on every major intersection, and people on both sides or all four sides. But these signs are very nicely, respectfully done for people not to give funds to these people to encourage panhandling, but in fact give them to a place of your choice, a religious foundation or some sort of a sponsored foundation. Give the money to them, and then they can help take care of the homeless. So in order to do this, we would have to come up with signs, which would not be a very expensive program to put them on some of the more selected intersections. And also we would have to change an ordinance, a city ordinance, to be allowed to put these signs up, which that's up to the council if we want to change the ordinance. That's not really a problem. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because I think it's a good program. It's working in Scottsdale, Arizona, and Alan Hampton might talk a little bit about that's a copy of the sign he made in, I believe, Arkansas. Thank you.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think there's a QR code that was on Councilman Gill's sign, and I think you guys have, everybody has a copy of the sign that I had from Fort Smith, and they had one of those numbers that you text right on your phone that you can actually give right there on the phone. I think that another option than the giving to the charity of your choice might be for somehow the city to integrate that through some of the homeless ventures that are going on now and set up a 501c, and a lot of that money go into projects that are already going on. I know we have several teams that are working on the homeless, and it certainly would be good. I'm just going to kind of throw this out there just for and I mentioned it to some people. You know, a lot of the sanctuary cities are throwing a lot of love out to the homeless, which I think is okay. But some of the other programs that I see have that whole idea of tough love, where you're teaching and helping the homeless to be more responsible rather than changing your rules to help them to be irresponsible, like using the bathroom on the sidewalks or whatnot. But that money could be then funneled into that 501c, and then at that point that money be dispersed to help in the effort to bring some responsibility towards other areas that we find are important for the homeless. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that out just as to start a conversation, or at least to provoke some thinking in that area.
We can make signs, can't we? Can we make these signs, city manager?
What exact signs are we talking about? I mean, we do have some sheet metal. How big are they?
They're about the same size as a neighborhood watch sign. Well, it could be a little bigger.
Yeah. Here we go. The SME.
We can have them any size we want.
Our street department has a sign division.
The streets department is able to make signs with text only. We're not able to do the graphics as these examples.
So I mean, how much money are we talking about here? Do you have any idea?
Yes.
And is it something we just need to direct the city manager to put it in the budget for next year?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Was that a motion?
Yeah. Well, my motion was going to be to. My motion was going to ask the council to approve a sign program, and at the same time get feedback from the staff as to what it would be, and feedback from us to them, so to direct the staff to come up with this, and at the same time we need to do something about the city ordinance. So my first motion would be to adopt a sign program and turn it to the staff to come up with the lettering and all that we want.
Okay, so we have a motion.
And Mayor, can I?
Well, I think
You're directing staff to develop a sign program.
Yeah.
And bring it back.
Well,
Did you want to say something, sir?
I do, Mayor and Council. We just started participating in the homeless task force, where we send a police officer. I send a representative from my office. There's other people in the city government that go to this, and we literally just directed that. I know that there's still panhandling out there, but it doesn't seem like we're really giving that an opportunity to take root. The concern I have with the signs and the right-of-way is that we're constantly bombarded, especially during campaign season. Everybody and their brother wants to put political signs in the right-of-way. And I feel like if we start putting these signs in the right away, we're going to open the door. And I know that these are permanent, but it's just going to be litter on a stick that's going to be up and down our sidewalks and our streets. So there's some other unintended consequences that may occur if we approve this sign program.
So you do realize we're talking about permanent type
I
signs
do.
on poles at
I
busy
do.
intersections?
I do.
And Mayor, I will say, as far as the code being, need to be changed, section 1891905, that's the sign code exceptions. It already allows for directional, warning, or informational signs required or authorized by law, which are erected by federal, state, county, and city officials.
So no changes made?
So we would already have the ability to put up these signs on maybe street sign poles, a more permanent type pole as it is.
I would like to second that
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me just a minute. I let this get out of control because we have a motion and I didn't ask for a second. So give me just a minute.
Sure, no problem.
Your motion was to direct the staff to bring back a sign program.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a motion to direct staff to bring back a sign program. Is there a second?
I have a second that, and I want to make a friendly amendment.
Okay, hold on. You want to make a friendly amendment?
Yes, could I?
Okay.
I'd like to add to that, maybe maybe have the staff also look for a place for them to send the funds to when they maybe some of the efforts that are going on now, but the money needs to go somewhere.
Do you accept that friendly amendment?
Well, I think that would be part of the sign program because they're going to.
Okay, so that means you accept it, and you made the second. We're good to go. Discussion or debate? Randy?
Just one quick, council, I don't know how many of you have been, Councilman Gill mentioned it, but I don't know how many of you have been to downtown Oklahoma City. They recently built a multi-million-dollar Chamber of Commerce building with, just a huge facility, beautiful. Within a block and a half, there is a homeless village. And as much as I hate to go down that road, this is exactly how it starts. It starts with panhandling. And Oklahoma City was the first unfortunate city to try to pass a law against panhandling. And in their infinite wisdom, the state and the federal government has decided that that's our problem and we should figure out a way to deal with it, that they can save money by not dealing with it. So, I encourage you, if you are in that area, to drive downtown and see what inaction will accomplish.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on this sign program. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing us back to staff reports. Provide the City Council with an update on the FY 2022 and FY 2023 audit process. Joe Don.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay, first I'd like to talk a few minutes about the 2020, let me say this right, the June 30, 2023 audit, which is the one that staff is currently working on. We have run into a few issues where we are needing the June 30, 2022 audit to complete our work for 2023. So that's going to slow down our efforts to get it done by February 29th. But with that information, I want to go into maybe some more positive information in that I have had conversations today with both our consultant and our auditor. Our consultant has told me that they expect that the audit will be out of their review process within the next 2 weeks. So that means at that point it'll be turned over to our auditors, Forvis, and in talking to Forvis, they have told me that they are committed to get that audit presented to you by March 30th.
The first meeting of April.
Yes, sir.
Ken. Okay, that's a good report. Thank you. Any comments? Okay, thank you, Joe Don. 36, receive a report from Neighborhood Services in regards to doing more in 24 with dangerous and dilapidated properties and direct staff as necessary.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. don't think I'm going to be as fast as he was, but we'll try. So our dangerous dilapidated 2024 plan, I do have a peer city. It's right here to show what other peer cities have done with their D&D programs. As you see, there's quite a few of them that actually have zeros. I was unable to get a hold of Enid on this one, and the next person that probably comes close to us is going to be more, and it's not by much. Our 2024 plan, we do currently have 3 contractors at the time, with one being the majority winner of all these bids. We have been speaking with finance, and they'll be switching from BidSync to BidNet Direct, which is going to be more user-friendly, and hopes, of course, that that's going to bring in more contractors to bid on these properties. Sometime here soon, public utilities will contract out the capping of the water and sewer mains. In turn, this will save time on the D&D demolition, which will, our contractors will be able to go out there and start the demolition beforehand. Finance I've been speaking with finance about they're looking to add the bids to the city website so more companies can see. As of right now, they are just emailing all of these bids to 5 different vendors. Our goals for 2024 is to bring 180 properties to council this year, which will be an increase of 76% from last year. Sounds like a lot. Increase demolition by 25%. We're going to educate the public, have them help us out on, try to figure out which properties would need to come to council. Increase our staff so that way they can get out there and find these other properties as well. It brings us to our lien certification between the sheriff's sales, county resales, and county sales. Where our department's been working hard on, getting all of our liens certified, so that brings more money in here to the city. It is important that we certify the cost of the county or the Comanche County Treasurer within a 60-day time frame for a nuisance abatement and a 6-month time frame for D&Ds so that our cost is placed on the tax rolls. This ensures the property is sold at a sale. We will get at least, if not all of our cost on that. Those other things just talk about how those other sales work. So in setting our goals for 2024, Neighborhood Services will be relentless in our efforts to provide a safe environment for our citizens. We want to help make the city of Lawton a better place to live. I sure will.
So I really want to double this effort. And now go back one more slide. Go back one more. I'd really like to see us at 200 approved by council. And I realize there may be a shortage of contractors, but I think if we create the market, we'll get contractors that will bid on this stuff. And if we create a problem for ourselves, we can back off of it. And my question is, what does it take to double this effort, not increase it 25%?
More contractors. We're talking about the.
Okay, well, we can. It's my opinion we can create the market.
Right.
And because here's what I remember. Some months ago, we were backed up 50. Jonathan, was it 50 we were backed up?
Correct.
Somehow they came out of the woodwork to get those 50 done. That was half a year's worth. Now, some of those were from 22, I think,
right.
holdovers.
Yes, sir.
The point is, we got them done.
Correct.
So that tells me we can get more done than we're putting out there for people.
So, and I think another thing on this, real quick, is that, of course, we have contractors, but it's a matter of, nobody wanting to bid as low as the other one. So most of ours are with one contractor. So, that one contractor is holding on to all of these because they're the one that's, winning all of the bids. So I think if more contractors were able to bid as the other ones do, it wouldn't be a problem. We can get those done a lot faster as well.
And Josh, you think that taking the requirement for utility capping out for the demo contractors
is going to help?
I know for sure that that's going to help, because as soon as that's done, we're going to have one back on board already.
Well, I talked to one of the contractors. In fact, I got with Rusty way back and started this initiative on capping the water in the sewer. The contractor at that time had about 25 or 30 contracts on hand. He told me he could knock those out in no time at all, that he could double or triple what he's doing. Now, we'll see. I'm just saying that's how positive he was about just taking that one thing
Correct.
off, because the problems involved with some of the old lines and with the city's requirements, so they don't have to worry about that, put extra money in it. He had only one guy qualified to do that, and he had to wait on him not only to do his, but other people's stuff around town. So this will make a big difference if we have them approved, where they can go ahead and go. So that's a change. That's a game change.
Okay, now you said something there. I want to back up just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Because it sounded like we were causing a problem on bidding. You said if we make it easier to bid, I think that's what you just said. If we make it easier to bid, we get more contractors. Now, one of the things that we were doing was this requirement to tap the water and sewer. Is there something else we're doing? Is changing the service going to take care of that problem?
Not that I know of right now. I do know that the capping is going to help, though, with that. I'd have to look and try to figure out something
Okay,
else.
so maybe I misunderstood you. Did you not to say something about we're going to make it easier for them to bid?
Well, so that's more of having smaller companies, I guess you could say, able to log in on there and know the right steps to take, so that they're not overbidding themselves, so that they're able to bid better.
And Mayor, I think Josh, we were doing this in the past, and I know that we're getting back to it. I think Josh might have also been referring to bundling these demos as they go out, so you have vendors bidding on not just one, but multiple projects at a time.
Right.
I like that. I like that. Okay, so we're back to my question.
Mayor?
What does it take to double this effort in the next year?
Here's what you do to double it. The council has to double their approval. So what we do is we have 4 house approvals on every council meeting, and if we have the same amount of council meetings as we did last year, we'll double.
Well, some of those are special meetings and they got to be timed, so break that down to the 26 meeting, 24 meetings we have a year, regular meetings. Okay, so 8 houses a meeting.
So,
I was going to say one thing, that staff has done a good job on this, taking the water and the sewer cap off, and we've also changed it, made sure everyone understood that we left the front part of the driveways in, and we also took the requirement for sodding or some sort of grass cover away. And this has really speeded the project up in order to get a lot more done. So if we can come up with any tweaks in the bidding, I'm just saying, if we can, and then the council is going to have to go to work and have a meeting twice a week, the way I look at it.
Charlotte.
Yes, the ordinance that Councilman Gill is speaking of was originally planned to be on this agenda meeting. It is in legal with some discussion on the fees for what we're going to charge for the lien side of things for the water and sewer capping. So hopefully we'll be able to get that back before you guys at the next council meeting.
Mr. Harris.
Josh, how many more people do you need in your department to expedite this?
You mean like code enforcement officers?
Whoever does the work, because I know you're overworked now, because I gave you a list of 80 things last week. So
we're looking for at least 2.
At least 2. So would they be assigned to Councilman Hampton and myself's ward, or Shireen's and Councilman Hampton's?
I have a map drawn out of where those other 2 would be, and it's probably just like how it is now. I might be in this ward and this ward.
What would 3 do for you?
3 would actually give everybody a ward of their own.
Okay, I like that plan better.
Mr. Gill.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion at this time that to direct staff to bring at least, at a minimum, of 8 houses per regular scheduled council meeting.
The clerk shaking her head no.
Sorry, it's not an action item, but I think
Yeah,
staff
it is. It
understands.
says
Oh,
direct
is it?
staff.
Oh, okay.
What,
Excuse me.
can I speak on that as well?
Just a minute, just a minute.
Action or not, I
Are you
just-
okay?
I think.
Are you okay? I have a motion on the floor to bring at least 8. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate. What do you want to say?
So with the bring 180 properties to council this year, with the increase of 76%, we'll at least be bringing 15 per council meeting.
I got what we asked for, didn't we?
So if we were to do 2, and I would prefer that we stick with 1 council meeting a month due to having to go out and post notice on each property and all of, all the legal stuff that we still have to do. It would tie
Does that
things
work
up just a
better
little bit
for
more.
legal?
That's probably better.
So.
Okay, he amends his motion
Yeah.
to make it 16 a month.
Yeah.
And somebody seconded it.
I'll second
They-
it.
They're
somebody
amending
seconded
that
it.
too. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I'm good.
I have.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would like to throw something out there just as a thought. There are some properties in my ward that are on D&D that are actually worse than other properties. They are just horrific. They have trash all over the place. If there's a way to push those properties up the list, because they are making my ward look terrible. I mean, it's like the homeless are camping out there. It gets put on the D&D, and they just have trash thrown all over the place. On A Avenue, that's happening, and a couple of other areas. And if some of those can be moved up the list higher to get those properties done, it would sure make my ward look a lot cleaner. I'm sure that Kelly Harris and maybe Shireen have some properties that like that also look that way. And that's my comment.
And
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Now I want to ask a question. John, do you remember a citizen confronting me about the condition of mowing in neighborhoods?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And do you remember what you said right here before the council, that it's not going to be that way this year?
Correct.
Are we still heading towards that?
If we can get the resources that we need to help us with that, with
Is there anything this council's doing that's holding you back? Because we will give you the tools to be successful if we know what they are.
absolutely. And that's one thing that we will talk to, like adding the code enforcement officers will help us tremendously, where we can be more out there in more neighborhoods at more times.
And what concerns me is the budget year doesn't start till July 1 and the grass starts growing before that.
Correct. And so another thing that we would need to do is also look at amendment, is it right?
A budget amendment.
A budget amendment. Thank you.
Yes. We are going to have to ask for additional funding to help with the abatements to finish out the year. So we'll be getting with finance to bring forward a budget amendment for that.
Please do so before the grass starts to grow.
especially if we're looking to add on the 2 new abatement contractors as well, then we're definitely going to need to, get that.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Great report, great goal. Let's move to 37. Receive a report from staff regarding criminal trespass activities at vacant properties and possible measures to mitigate the issue and take action as deemed necessary. Caitlin? Oh, Chief, okay.
Testing, all right. Mayor and council members, we have another problem that the city of Lawton is experiencing, and that is with a problem with vagrants occupying homes here in the city of Lawton and other properties without authorization to do so by those homeowners or property owners. This happened all over town, and this has been an increasing problem for the last couple of years. I'm sure you've seen it in each one of your wards. In fact, the Lawton Police Department has received over 2,700 calls for service in 2023 in reference to unwanted guests and trespassing. This number also includes different types of trespassing. It's not just vagrant problems, but that is included. And year to date so far this year, we've got 307 calls for service about this issue. Additionally, the fire marshal's office has reported that there was over 50 structure fires last year in vacant homes, which is a result of vagrants occupying these properties. So far this year, we've had 6 structure fires. Currently, our procedure is that we respond to these calls and we verify that involved parties, both the owner or responsible party and then the subject that's in question. We typically will ask the subject to leave, and that usually resolves this problem, but it can also just push them to different areas of town. Other circumstances we can do is issue arrest and summons to these individuals, and if it's mitigating enough, we can actually put them in custodial arrest. But to do so, we have to have a signature from the property owner or responsible party to actually file charges on them, being that it's a misdemeanor. We have to have that citizen's arrest. In this instance, that person has to come to scene and has to be there with us. Sometimes it's just 3 in the morning, sometimes it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and sometimes we have trouble getting people to come out at 3 in the morning if they're not at that property to do so. So with the trespass authorization form, this will allow us to have the authorization in advance so we can act for the homeowner. We've had a few examples that have come to our knowledge here lately. One of those being an individual that's currently in a nursing home. He is unable to come to the scene. He's not mobile. He still owns his house here in town. So we cannot assist him in this problem without him coming to us or us trying to go to the nursing home in the middle of the night. If we had this advance authorization, we could help that individual. We also have individuals that live out of state that used to live here. Their parents have become deceased. They now own that property and they have the same problem. These are 2 real examples that we've been given here lately, and this would allow us to assist those individuals and those citizens.
And so I'd just like to talk a little bit more about this advanced authorization. The purpose of this would be so that the police department can enforce trespassing in the absence of that property owner or manager. So basically, this would really come in handy for any property owners that we have who might not live in Lawton. And instead of getting that phone call at possibly 3 in the morning, officers can look back and go through that database and see that they have already granted the Lawton Police Department permission to either cite or arrest one of those trespassers. Now, this all came, just a little background, from Chula Vista, California. This is a couple of screenshots of what's on their website. So we would basically mirror what they're doing with, of course, some changes to make it, Lawton's. But we would be asking them the address of their property, whether they are the property owner, the owner's agent, or a person in lawful possession of the property, when they want that authorization to begin, along with the reason as to why they're filing this. Maybe they can put, well, I don't live in Oklahoma, I need LPD to watch after my property. And then we would ask them to verify when that property was vacant and when it was posted with a no trespassing sign per city code, because we do require that in city code section 16-3-1-316. Thanks. So, just your basic implementation, of course, we would be notifying those property owners that this might benefit, that we have the option to give an advanced authorization. We would make that form available on the website, of course, and to get that database up and running, we would have to work with E911 and, of course, LPD to make sure that those officers are being notified of whether or not those properties have an advanced authorization.
Okay, this is awesome. It seems like it's administrative. We don't need to take any action, do we? You're just implementing it?
Yeah, it's just informational to let council know. This is just one of the prongs of dealing with this multifaceted homeless issue.
Yeah.
This is part of that.
So this really knocks down barriers for the police. I really appreciate this. It's really true north, world-class customer service, but it's also working diligently, because I'm going to tell you, the people breaking into those houses and starting fires are endangering the neighbors. And I was in a program downstairs, I can't remember what it was, but boarded up houses in a neighborhood is one of the things that trigger the adverse childhood experiences in children and gets them set towards problems that keep them down all their life. So, and I'm going to make a comment. Neighborhood Services was up here. The citizens voted to get these houses torn down. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciate what you guys are doing. Questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
are these forms, or what are you going to do with property management companies here who deal with rentals and those people live out of town? I mean, will something be given to these real estate property managers?
That's an option on the drop-down menu. So there'll be homeowners, property managers, and tenants, I believe, is the third option, right? Okay, yep.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So the city manager and I discussed this early on. One of the other things that we have to look at, though, eventually, and it would involve neighborhood services, is we're still not able to go and board up a property that has been broken into, the windows broken or whatever, without giving a 10-day notice, unless the fire marshal declares the property to be unsafe. Now, the fire marshal told me that he's willing to declare a property that doesn't have water and sewer to be unsafe, which would enable us to do board ups right away if we need to. I would just like to get that policy clear and distributed so all the everybody knows what's going on and what they can do and what they can't do.
All right, thank you guys. You know, I'm going to tell you, there's been a lot accomplished tonight. Do you realize we addressed a lot of things, but safety-wise, the neighborhood services doubling their efforts, this information to make sure we don't get that we have permission to go forward. The great news about the audit, which is in front of our face, and a whole bunch more. A lot of progress made tonight, and my compliments to the staff for bringing all this to us and making it happen. Thank you very much. Council, we ought to give this staff a round of applause. All right, now if I can get a motion for executive session.
Second.
And motion and second. Please call the roll.
Williams? Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Hampton? Uyghur?
I need a motion to,
So moved.
oh, Mayor's back.
So I think it's a motion to return from executive session.
Have we voted on coming?
No, we were getting ready to do that.
Okay, who's making you made the motion? Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Executive session item number 38. Tim?
Okay, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending tort claim of Mark Long. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 39. Tim?
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss a pending action in Comanche County District Court titled Christopher Hartley versus City of Lawton et al., case number CJ 2023-572. That conversation did occur, and it's my understanding we have actually two motions on that item.
Due to defendants Cheyenne Tubbs, Scott Burgess, Tika Fisher, and Brandy Kirkpatrick Benton having made a request for representation, and upon finding that these individuals were acting in good faith and in the course of their employment, I move to, 1, authorize the law firm of Pierce, Couch, Hendrickson, Basinger, and Green, LLP to represent these individuals, and 2, approve a contract with Pierce, Couch, Hendrickson, Basinger, and Green, LLP to provide such representation at the rate of A, $200 per hour for partner attorney Robert Laferander and any other partner attorney assisting Laferander, B, $175 per hour for any associate attorney assisting Laferander, and C, $60 per hour for any paralegal assisting the firm's attorneys, with said contract to be retroactive to January 29, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, and we have another motion.
I move to, 1, authorize the law firm Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent the city, and 2, due to defendant James Smith having made a request for representation, and upon finding that Smith was acting in good faith and in the course of his employment, further move to authorize the law firm Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent Smith, and number 3, approve a contract with Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to provide such representation to the city and Smith at the rate of A, $175 per hour for partner attorneys, B, $150 per hour for associate attorneys, C, $60 per hour for paralegals assisting the firm's attorneys, and D, $50 per hour for investigative services, with said contract to be retroactive to January 29, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, please. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Chapman.
Yes.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins.
Item number 40, Tim.
Okay, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending litigation of Rashawn Wilson, specifically the pending litigation in Rashawn Wilson as a party of one and on behalf of individuals who are similarly situated versus the City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 23-1165R. That conversation occurred, and it's my understanding we have two motions here as well.
Mayor and council, first motion would be due to the defendants Richard Franz, Nicholas Flores, Patrick Bellamy, Brandon Becker having made a request for representation, and upon finding that these individuals were acting in good faith and in the course of their employment, I move to, 1, authorize the law firm of Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent these individuals, and 2, approve a contract with Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to provide such representation at the rate of A, $175 per hour for partner attorneys, B, $150 per hour for associate attorneys, C, $60 per hour for paralegals assisting the firm's attorneys, and D, $50 per hour for investigative services, with said contract to A, be retroactive to January 29th, 2024, and B, supersede and replace the consultant agreement previously entered into between Collins, Zorn, Wagner, and the City of Lawton on January 9th, 2024.
Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Chapman. Gill.
The second motion would be due to John Ratliff and Timothy Wilson having been sued in their official capacity and Ratliff and Wilson having made a request for representation, and upon finding that Ratliff and Wilson were acting in good faith and in the course of their employment, I move to authorize the law firm of McAfee and Taft to, in addition to representing the city, also represent Ratliff and Wilson in their official capacity, with said representation to be 1, retroactive to December 21st, 2023, 2, to be per the items of the city's current fiscal year 2023 to 2024 professional service agreement with McAfee and Taft.
And I think it should be per the terms of the city's current fiscal year agreement, correct, Randy?
Yes.
Is that your second? Okay, motion and second. Please call the roll.
Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Hankins. Gill. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Item number 41, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss particular candidates who have submitted applications for position of city attorney. It's my understanding that conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Item number 42, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss, to review the employment of John Ratliff as city manager. It's my understanding that conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
We have a motion for adjournment. Is there a second? We have a second. Please call the roll.
Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Yes. Chapman. Yes. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur.
Yes.
We stand adjourned. Hey, who's doing the interview tomorrow with Caitlin? Do you know?
No.
Hey, do we know who's doing the interview tomorrow with
Caitlin? What? Kate? Randy, who's doing the interview tomorrow with Caitlin? Okay, I don't. It's not me.
Yeah, it's not me.
I'm going home.